I think electing leadership for now until as long as it lasts, and then having the leadership workshop consider the concept of aligning committee leadership elections with appointments and seeing what that leadership group wants to do going forward. I would go ahead and have elections today because it beats making up weird rules for the next 6 months.
Yeah, well, and if the legal hammer does come down on June 30 and what's left of the committee needs to do a snap election to make sure there is leadership, that's a bridge we can cross. Although last year, thinking about Tank Waste Committee, both Bob and Susan were on the like not renewed list, weren't they?
That's correct. Yeah, we had a committee that had nobody.
Yeah, we just kind of glided along on fumes through August.
Yeah.
So, okay. Well,
it's, I won't even say the best with bad alternatives.
Might I say something?
Please.
This might be something that we would request the tri-parties to renegotiate the consent decree, not anticipating the bureaucratic delays in the completing the board functions. A very polite, nice way, but I think that there needs to be an amendment to the rules, because if this will continue, we need to offer a third category of voting member to fulfill our quorum by calling, representative in waiting, or delegate in waiting, or something of that sort, and giving those rights to do that. Because if they have a letter from their sponsoring organization going through DOE at this time, it's the board's it's important for the board to continue operating in the summer all year round. It's just very important. Tri-parties should get together and offer some sort of amendment to the rules. I don't know how possible that is, but the state's attorney general ought to be considered, and as asking the question, do we need to modify or have a codicil or something, something that can be removed if it changes. But nobody anticipated this.
Let me make a suggestion, because we actually have an agenda item on this. So we've got some time to work through it. And we've turned on the recording and the transcription, so I need to do some housekeeping stuff. So people know, we do record these meetings. We also have transcripts of the meetings. That helps Josh and my staff do the meeting minutes. The recordings are also posted on the hanford.gov website, just so you know we record this stuff. I'm going to suggest that we jump into the meeting, because I know we've got some folks here for some very specific agenda items. And it's not to put you off, Rob. I want to make sure that we capture what you said. I just know that we've got some other folks and some timing things we've got to pay attention to. So I'm hoping you will forgive me for that. Down a little bit. So with that, Jeff, I'm going to suggest we get started.
Let's do, please.
Stan, are you with us? I think I saw your phone number.
Yes, can you hear me?
Can hear ya. The floor is yours.
You say you can't? You
Yes,
can hear me?
Can. Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. Thank you. So good morning and welcome to the February 2022 Hanford Advisory Board Public Involvement and Communications Committee meeting. My name is Stan Branch. I am the Deputy Designated Federal Officer for the Hanford site. As a reminder, this meeting will be conducted in accordance with the requirements of the Federal Advisory Committee Act. Advisory committees have played an important role in shaping programs and policies of the federal government. The Hanford Advisory Board's role is to provide policy-level advice and recommendations concerning the following EM-specific issues such as cleanup activities and environmental restoration, waste and nuclear materials management and disposition, excess facilities, future land use and long-term stewardship, risk management, and communications. I appreciate your attendance today and look forward to the HAB PIC committee meeting development and submission of constructive, actionable policy-level advice on the Hanford cleanup. Thank you and welcome. Back to you, Ruth.
All right. So for those who are new or may have forgotten, one of the things we have to do under the Federal Advisory Committee Act is keep track of who comes to our meetings. So if you haven't yet done it, please use the chat to type in your name and your affiliation. That way, one, we know you're here, and two, we spell your name and your organization right. If at any time you wish to jump into the conversation, ask a question, make a comment, we rely heavily on the chat for that. Put a note in there, hey, I have a question, I'll put you in the queue. You'll see the letter Q, I type it a lot. And we will make sure that everyone gets a chance to speak. It's online, it's kind of how we do it. It's not nearly as warm and fuzzy as being in a room together. Tom Galeotto, you've got a question.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but just as a note, and this may be my problem on my system today, but I don't see a chat to connect to. Is anyone else seeing that, or is it just my issue?
Do you have multiple Teams accounts?
I imagine. No, just with you.
Just with us.
Facilitation team. All right, don't worry about me. Let's go on. I'll figure it out. Thanks.
Okay, I'll pretend you're on the phone for now and check back with you periodically.
Okay, thanks.
Because I do that with folks on the phone because I can't see when they're waving at me.
Very good, thank you.
Right. Jeff, overview of the meeting.
All right. I'm going to need some help scrolling through the agenda as we go. I don't have it open on my other screen here. Welcome everybody to another meeting of the PIC. We have a number of separate topics that we're going to go through today. First off, as we were discussing while the meeting was opening, this is committee election week across all of the committees, including the PIC. And today, if all goes as planned, we will not only nominate people for chair and vice chair, but have an election by the end of the day. It is, we'll get there in just a minute. After we do nominations, I'm assuming we're going to do elections later in the day and not just wham bam. Maybe give some people some time to.
Yeah, so the idea would be get nominations up front and give people until lunch to send an email to the HAB facilitation team as to their preference and announce things either after lunch or at the end of the meeting. So yes, it doesn't happen in 2.5 minutes.
Got it. Okay. Okay, and then we have, as we have done for several meetings here, we're going to have a round robin. We're going to continue with the theme that we've been carrying for several meetings, and that has been punctuated by the meeting we had in January with DOE about diversity as it relates to not only the involvement and participation in the cleanup of the site, but as well as the Hanford Advisory Board itself. The question for you to all consider is how can we increase the diversity of participation and perspectives at Hanford generally? So not just the HAB, but kind of bigger picture here. After that, we will get into the TPA public involvement calendar, another standing item, see what's coming up. There is a specific request, and we'll see what the agencies have for us. At our last PIC meeting, it was discussed that there is a 5-year review of the tri-party agreement itself. My understanding is that that has either already begun or is soon to begin, and that there is a public involvement component. So we've asked for more information regarding what the opportunity is there for the public to participate, as well as what might we expect in terms of any kind of outreach or informational discussions to support that 5-year review. So we know what we're talking about, what we're commenting upon. The next topic is one that also came out of our last meeting. We want to talk about the responses to comments generally within tri-party agreement decisions, within decision documents. I sent out a list via Ruth last week of some example documents that have responses to comments that if you all had time, or if you have some time to just browse through and get a flavor for them. We want to talk about what works in them and what doesn't. What observations do you have that might be useful for the agencies as recipients of these responses to comments? I also provide the agencies with some specific framing questions for this discussion, trying to peel back the curtain of what happens to all of our comments once they enter into the response process. So hopefully some revelation there of what goes on behind the scenes. We'll talk about the environmental justice topic that we've been carrying for a while now. Really, this is just a short discussion. We've developed an issue management team. That team has not yet met to discuss where we want to go, and I frankly could use some advice from the committee on where we should take the conversation next. And so it's really just a planning and framing discussion. After lunch, there is a topic that is being brought to us by EPA and Ecology. There are some TPA milestone changes, a fairly large package of them that are coming through here either now or in the near future. And they are looking for some specific feedback and advice from the PIC about the best way to conduct outreach related to this change. I think it's one of those gray areas where the amount of public involvement is maybe not as much as they would like to do. And so they're looking for some advice on how they can make it a good process. At 2 o'clock, we have a topic that will be led by Tom Galeotto, which is the annual draft advice on cleanup priorities. They go committee by committee and gather feedback on what our priorities are. And this is looking out a couple of years for trying to give feedback to the agencies in a timely manner. So that'll be our turn to have that discussion. 2:45, be talking about the HAB membership packet. I think this is going to be a follow-up conversation from the conversation that we had in January to answer some additional questions that have come up in the meantime, to clarify some things. That's what I know. Then we'll have open forum. Part of the open forum is to check in with new members. And so if you are a new member, please be thinking about this, what you want to say during this time if you want to, how things are going, what you need out of this board and the agencies, if there are any informational topics or orientations or just anything really. And then we will have open forum topics and have member self-assessments and committee business trying to identify what to talk about at our next meeting. So that's the day that we have ahead of us.
What questions do you have about the day's agenda? Anyone?
I'm amazed how we get a full agenda every time. Just appreciative.
So,
yeah, with no questions, let's move ahead to December minutes.
okay, that's what I know. The print is really, really, really small. It went out with the agenda last week. We didn't get any feedback on them. Are there things that need to be clarified, changed, fixed, spelled correctly? Are they okay to adopt and post on the website, which is the next step, actually? Okay, this is the feedback part.
I'll be honest, Ruth, speaking for myself, I have not had time to read these. I didn't know they were in that agenda package. So I'm going to take a little bit of time on break to look at them. Why don't we table this one and have just a quick check-in a little bit later?
Okay.
I want to make sure I'm doing my part there.
How about I ask a committee business, and your options are to adopt or to put it off to your next meeting. So, fastest agenda item ever. All right. We are now at nominations for PIC chair and vice chair. Jeff, do you want to recap kind of the discussion while we were getting into the meeting, or do you want me to, or how do you want to do this?
I will recap what I understood and you can correct me. So we're in kind of a weird spot here where there's about half of our board that technically has their membership expire on June 30th. That includes me, as well as many others. The packet process begins in the next couple of weeks, but it can take several months. And we've been told not to expect approval of packets until October. So there's going to be a gap. And the question before the committee is, should we carry on with our elections? And if we run into a situation where we've elected a chair of this committee who is technically not on the board in June, then that's a bridge that we cross when we get there. Or do we make some rules on the fly about who can be elected versus not today? Or do we push off our elections until a different time? But I'm not sure when that time would be. Would it be 1 month? Would it be 6 months from now? And I don't feel, speaking for myself, very comfortable just saying, yeah, I'm just going to hang on to this chairship because I don't like what might happen in June. That just doesn't seem right. So I'm not putting my vote in that camp. But I'm open to discussion on what the best path forward is here. To my knowledge, there have not been any nominations for leadership that have come through via email in advance of this meeting, right? So
That's correct.
It's up to members who are here today to nominate either yourselves or somebody else for chair and vice chair of the committee. I also have not put my name in yet, in part because I wanted to see if there was anybody out there who was interested in stepping up and taking the lead. And if there is, like a good pinochle partner, I can be good help. I want to encourage more people to be in leadership, and I don't want people to feel like this is a static thing. So I hope to see some people who want to step up and help shape the conversation to where we go. I see that Liz is in queue.
Liz.
Yeah, one question, and also just I thought it might be helpful to talk about what it means to be in leadership on the HABs for people who are new. I was PIC vice chair for a long time, then PIC chair for a long time, and then successfully recruited Jeff to come in. And it, like anything, you can put more time into it or less time into it, but it does take time to think about what you want to bring to the committee, trying to get and solicit input from committee members. And most of the time is going back and forth with facilitation and the agency liaisons about getting items on the agenda and solidifying meeting plans. And that can take quite a bit of time, or it can be pretty smooth. It really depends on what's going on. And Jeff, that might be something for you to talk about, kind of what the climate's like right now that you're operating in. The other thing I just wanted to bring up, because I don't know if it's been directly addressed or asked, is there a scenario, since it seems pretty solid now for many years that October is when membership packages go through, that we just change the timeline so terms end at the end of September so that we don't have that issue? Because if that's the case, it seems like that would be the simplest fix, and it would be just a small change. So anyone that would expire in June actually expires at the end of September, and then you have a smooth transition. So I don't know which one you want to go with first. But I thought that might be helpful for people considering being in leadership. And it's primarily the chair that gets the most of the burden of work, but can be quite a collaborative relationship between the chair and vice chair, having planning calls in advance of meetings to think through, like, what's on the agenda for Hanford and what are we thinking about and what are some of the challenges, and then kind of like bringing those ideas to the committee to consider.
So Gary, why don't you say something about the date, fixing the date gap, and then that'll give Jeff a smidgen of time to put his thoughts together on the other question Liz pitched.
Certainly, and I'll be happy to hopefully clear up some of the mud we have here. As you know, of course, for years, the board's terms started on July 1st and went for 2 years to the second June 30th. With the delay in packets being approved, that left us the potential of having some time that either we couldn't form quorums, we could not get full service out of folks, or we just had a lot of unfinished business that we could not accomplish. So one of the things that I did last year with concurrence of the TPA partners is we moved the date of appointment from July to October. So everybody who was approved in the immediate past cycle, their terms all began on October 1st, which ends then on the successive September 30th. The folks who currently have, or the folks before that who are on current appointments that are expected to expire on June 30th, I have requested the authority to change that, and that authority actually resides up at the Secretary of Energy. That request has already gone in to be able to administratively move the folks who are on appointments that will expire June 30th to extend all of those folks to September 30th. That way, everybody will be in alignment. Right now, I don't have a determination if that request will be granted. So my recommendation is that we just continue with the assumption that the terms will expire on June 30th. And we just try and front load as much of our business as we possibly can to finish things like adoption of the work plan, things like that in no later than June, so that if we don't have the extension we don't have the train wreck that we had last year. I hope that's helpful.
That is helpful, thanks.
All right. So Earl's got to jump. He'll be back with us. Richard, question.
Well, I mean, if we have a term that starts in October, you're excluding all elected officials for 3/4 of the year because of election cycles. I mean, because everyone's elected in January, it just seems if you're making it very difficult for the municipalities, that's all.
Richard, that your comment is noted, and if we find that we need to revisit the appointment date, it's not carved in stone, and we can revisit that down the line. So I appreciate your comment.
There seem to be two different cycles. There's the membership cycle and the leadership cycle. What if the leadership cycle started in October, but the membership cycle well, maybe I'm not making any sense as I think it through.
I would like to try to get the membership and leadership cycle the same month, if possible. Right now, it's not. It causes issues, and we're trying to do it better, and we want feedback in helping to find a better solution.
You know, what we ought to do is just do our membership in March. No more October. Let's just, and then everyone's good.
Got Tom, Cecilia, and Tom and Liz. Tom Galeotto, do you need to be in queue? I know you're having trouble with chat.
No, I'm good, Ruth. Thank you.
Okay, Tom, Cecilia, Liz, and then Rob.
Yeah. So there is a issue manager team that's working on the process manual, which is where the election dates are listed. The issue that I see if we moved the election and membership renewal to the same time is new members wouldn't have a chance to know who they're voting for. So, if we stagger it, it's a little wonky if the packets don't get renewed, but it gives people a more informed voice on who they're voting for.
All right, Liz, and then Rob.
It's just a question for Gary. Would it be helpful or for the HAB to write a letter that on the timing of the membership package? I hear that you sent a letter, and I appreciate that you did that. But it seems like it may be helpful to say, we strongly encourage this change to create, flexibility and ease in our advisory board process, and to allow us to be fully functioning year-round, instead of having a 3-month gap where we can't meet or get work done.
Liz, that's actually being tackled. That is a very good comment. It's being tackled with all of the boards. There was a letter that came out of the last EMSSAB meeting in, I believe it was October, that almost all of the boards have approved. I think there's still one board left that hasn't approved it yet. And basically what it says is that the boards want DOE and other folks who are involved in the approval process to speed things along and streamline the process. The folks that I work with on the official side, they're doing their best they can. This is an issue that is partially brought on last year by a whole lot of new political appointees who were trying to understand the process. The process, the request for improvement has been taken by all of the boards as a whole, and let's just see where it goes.
Okay, yeah, I guess I was thinking separate from that because this seems quite specific, and that letter felt more like a, fix your process. This is really annoying. Like more of a letter that's like, we endorse the term from October to September. That would be great. Go with that, which might be a little different than the EMS SAB letter. Anyway, just curious.
Yeah, and a big part of it is that normally it takes us about 165 days, I think is what it is at the DOE level to get things through. And there's a whole lot of different steps that we have to go through locally. There are about 15 different steps that we have to go through, which includes, and we're at step 4 here locally. And
Gary,
what I could do is
I'm going to bring us back because this part was the part about committee leadership elections, not board packet, which is later in the agenda.
Thank you. I will hold.
I've got Rob and Richard. Rob and Richard, if you are on elections, let's do it. If you are on broader membership package issues, we need to table that till this afternoon. So Rob, you're up. And we'll get you off
I'll
mute.
pass. I'll pass.
Oh, okay. Richard.
I guess I'll pass. I was going to suggest pre-check.
Okay. And I promise we're going to talk about the membership package this afternoon. Right now is the question of, do you want to have leadership elections for PIC now or at some other time in the future? That's really the go, no go right now.
I think Liz's idea is great. Just extend it until then, this one time. Great idea.
If that is the will of the committee, we need to ask Jeff and Dan if they are willing to be extended for this one-time weird gap thing. Dan and Jeff?
This is Dan. Yes, I'm willing to be extended. Thank you for asking.
If that's the will, maybe that should be voted on, because maybe there's someone not talking now who would want to step up. I don't want to deny that.
Okay.
Maybe that should be the vote.
Okay, so I tell you what we'll do is I'm going to put the master email list. Now I'm going to put mine in. Sweet. Guard privacy for voting. It's not personal, Josh, I promise. Okay, so my private email is ruth.nicholson@slin.net. What I want you to do between now and the break being in half an hour, send an email to that with your approval or disapproval of extending Jeff and Dan or not. Whatever your opinion is, I'm the only one that's going to see this. And then at 10 o'clock, right after 10 o'clock, we will figure out what we want to do next. Okay?
I have a clarifying question.
Yeah.
Just because I was actually not suggesting that we postpone that. I was suggesting that we have the membership package start in October, and I wanted that update. I actually think it would be fine to do leadership elections now. I just think we need to know if anyone's interested in being in leadership. I would be more interested to see what responses you get, what nominations you get, than a response to that question. But I'm sorry if I was confusing when I was speaking.
Okay.
Earlier.
I didn't understand. Tom Cecilia, you're in queue. Help us out.
I'm just wondering what extension would look like, how long, would there still be elections this year? Extending the nominations is sort of a vague term. We need some details.
Okay, because I misunderstood what Liz said, I was reacting to the suggestion of literally extending Jeff and Dan in their current leadership positions to fill the gap between now and when it is clear who's eligible to stand for committee leadership. So it may be that I screwed up. So let's go back to the suggestion of extending Dan and Jeff. Who made it, and would you help us understand what you meant instead of me interpreting what I heard?
Well, this is Rob, and I was thinking again, what Liz was thinking was not exactly what she says now, but I mean, what she really wants, what we really want now is to actually have a vote as soon as possible and see who can be nominated. My thought was simply is just make their appointment a 2.5 year appointment or a 2 and 9 month year appointment. I think it's a terrible hardship to put on people to find nominees when we start messing things up like this, but we got to do something. We just have to. That's my point.
The other option would be to ask Jeff and Dan to serve until the next PIC meeting and have elections at the next PIC meeting for 2022 leadership. Because we currently have no nominations. So at this point, you actually don't have anything to vote on other than drafting Jeff and Dan for a certain amount of time. Help me, Jeff.
All right. I propose that we see if anybody jumps in, because you're right, Ruth. You just said if we don't have any other people who want to step up into leadership, we're not just going to let the PIC go with no leadership, and that, you know, staying on and just seems to be the best alternative here. I agree that this is all confusing. I agree that this is difficult to parse. I want to let the will of the committee rule all. And so I don't know what the right vote we give people today is, but it's clear we need to give people some kind of vote today. I think the first step, though, between now and the break is if anybody is at all interested in participating in the leadership of the board and the leadership of the PIC specifically, let it be known. Email Ruth and we can check in then.
I have Richard, and then I want to check with folks on the phone. Richard?
Yeah, we have to look at the big picture of the overall calendar. The reason you want to elect someone today, and I mean today, is this is a person that will work on next year's work plan, correct? And so it doesn't matter who's there in October. The question of the the issue comes down to is I don't think our process manual covers the capability of replacing I mean, if let's just say Jeff doesn't get renominated or brought back into it, so we wouldn't have a chairman of a subcommittee. Well, that's, you know, somehow we have to see how we do a replacement in mid-year if that's of any significance. But the real intent of this calendar of doing it today or February, March is to be able to prepare for next year's work plan. And so that's that's the whole gist of this. And so it really has to happen now. If Jeff becomes a non-person in June, he's done his job. If assuming he would be elected, but whoever you elect today into leadership, the major aspect is to participate in that work plan.
And the leadership workshop is in May, for those of you who need a reminder. Anyone on the phone or who's having trouble with chat want to jump in? Tom Gallio. Oh, you're here.
Well, I'm here, but I still can't chat with you. So the only thing I have to indicate is a hand raise, and I'll do that if I need to talk. But I appreciate the message. The only comment I'd make here, well, two comments, I guess, quickly. One is, I think we've messed this process up going into this meeting now, because not at the fault of PIC at all, but the fact that we're facing a week of 4 committee meetings. And if we're going to throw this open to each committee meeting to decide how they want to elect or not elect or delay or when to elect their leadership, we're going to be in a mess. I'm not sure what the solution to that is, unless it is to delay the votes, but that concerns me, because I think each committee may have a different idea unless we get guidance from the EIC or from DOE. The other thing I'm uncomfortable with is to broach the subject of nominations at the meeting without any side discussions of whether or not they're interested in joining or becoming part of the leadership meeting or not, is really not in the spirit of inclusion. If someone wants or is considering on joining any leadership role in the HAB, it would be nice to have that person feel comfortable in offering their name or having someone else offer their name as a candidate. In this kind of forum where we're going to do it by email, and an hour from now we'll designate the winner, is not really very democratic. But if this is the PIC committee meeting, so if you choose to elect now, that's fine with me. But thank you.
You've been hanging out in my head, Tom. The process geek in me knows that there's an EIC call later this month, on the 16th, a week from Wednesday, so 10 days from now. If you all wanted to build on Tom Galiotto's suggestion, you could choose to put off elections for one meeting cycle. So you would do something in April, throw it to the EIC to come up with a more global approach, because Tom Galiotto is right. We're going to have this conversation 4 times, like this week. And there isn't a template or a standard. So one option would be kick it to the EIC next week, put off elections for one committee week cycle, and pray that smarter minds than me can come up with something. Tom, Cecilia.
I have no solutions. If we make a decision for all 4 committees based on a PIC decision, I don't think that's appropriate.
Going back to Richard's comment, the leadership workshop is in May. So each committee needs to have somebody deputized to go to that meeting to work on work plan. That's kind of the big prize. The secondary prize is keeping the committee work and agendas going.
I just want to offer my apologies to everyone on the committee. I think that we should have had this sorted out before we came here today. And for whatever reason in our EIC discussions, we didn't sort out all these angles. and it sounds like we still need to. I also take to heart, Tom Galeotto, what you said about wanting there to be a democratic process, about wanting members to have the time to talk amongst themselves behind the scenes. And that's doubly hard with virtual time. You know, we don't have that ability to talk in the hallway months in advance and figure out, well, who else might be interested in leadership and all of those things. We had, when did the notices go out that elections were happening? A week ago, for people to work that process. And that's not nothing, but I understand if that does not feel adequate. Tom Cecilia, I also recognize what you were saying, that what we decide to do here this morning should not necessarily hinder the other committees if they feel like they have had the time to work through how they want to do their leadership. I still am interested in knowing either today or if people need more time to think it over, whether there are other people who want to either self-nominate or nominate someone else. If we need to wait until April seems like the drop dead time. We have another PIC meeting set for then. It's right before the leadership workshop. If that time is useful to the committee, if there are people who are hemming and hawing and saying, well, maybe I want to put myself or somebody else up for leadership and I would like to have that time, maybe that's the feedback that we need today. I'm willing to go there. I don't want to scuttle the efforts of other committees to do it, but just hearing this all today, it feels the most right. And if I'm wrong, someone tell me.
I've got Liz in queue. I can tell you of the other 3 committees who are meeting this week, only one has nominations for chair and vice chair. There are no nominations for the other 2 committees, or HSEP, which is not meeting this week. So my best guess is that at least 3 of the 4 committees will end up in this space. Liz?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think it's helpful that we had this conversation today. I think it will make it a little simpler for the other meetings this week. And I'm planning to be at all those meetings, and I'm sure there are others that will be too. To even just say, due to the last minute notice of leadership nominations and just some of the calendar confusion, we're proposing taking nominations now through April and making the decision in April for who committee leadership will be that will serve at the May workshop. That gives us March, the March HAB meeting also to do some recruitment, which might reach some people that might not normally, who may have missed the communications, or it might just draw from a wider pool if we have that time. But I agree that we shouldn't make the decision for other committees, but I think it is nice to come in with a proposal if it's possible.
The point I want to leave people with is I support there being lots of leaders on this board. And I want people to feel empowered to step up and join the conversation at that level, to take part in the Executive Issues Committee discussions with the agencies where we talk about these kinds of issues of how the board operates itself, as well as to Liz's question to me a while back about what it's like to actually be the chair of a committee like the PIC, you know, to have the direct discussions with the agencies about the value of the committee. And not only that, but sometimes you have to prod the agencies to use that value. And I think that that's where the lion's share of the work of the leadership of these committees comes from, is just negotiating with the agencies based on what you're hearing in the committees and what topics might be right, what the agencies are willing to support, the areas where they might need some advice, whether they know it or not, and you want to start moving things in that direction. or even just getting the basic ingredients of conversations laid out on the table in these meetings for us to sift through and see if there's something there. That's really the creative challenge of being in this spot as I see it. You know, and you can make of it what you want, you know, pick up the phone and call anybody anytime. So that's, I guess, my pitch there. I want the PIC to keep its conversation going. And if nobody else steps up, I'm going to stick around and I'm going to help it happen. But I can also be good help. If anyone wants to talk to me about what it's like in greater detail and where things are going, please reach out. I guess, yeah, my proposal is let's hold off till April for a final election. Let's give people some time. That would be mine.
The other thing I would add to what Liz had said is from a facilitation back-end support a perspective, I see working with committees and working with the board as a whole as a co-facilitation. Yeah, I know that the contract says facilitation, but each relationship with a chair and a vice chair of a committee or even the full board has a little different flavor to it depending on the gifts that the leadership folks bring. So some people are really comfortable running meetings, some people less so, some people really good at planning things on the back end. So the dance that happens between chair and facilitator, you don't have to be, you know, a clone of somebody else on the board. You bring what you bring, and then we figure out how to support you and make that work. So don't let that discourage you, because we're here to support you in whatever that way looks like. And it's different for every single committee. It always has been.
Thanks. So that's my pitch. But if there's someone who's rip-raring to lead this group and they want to send Ruth an email and say that they want to nominate themselves and vote, well, that's a horse of a different color.
And yes, you can nominate yourself. Tom Galeotto.
Yeah, to respond to Jeff's question, I'm not rip-roaring in that path, Jeff. But I do agree with Jeff's suggestion that he made that we would take nominations now and between now and your next committee meeting, and then have the elections in the next committee meeting. I can support that also for the BCC. I don't know the other committees, but there are two issues here. One would be, can we delay the vote instead of saying February? Can we delay it, as we just mentioned, without any serious problems? And secondly, and I think this is an EIC issue, when will be the term and when in the future will be the elections, because of this election cycle and the HAB membership packet issues. That's more an EIC issue. But the committee itself has to elect their own leadership. And Jeff's suggestion about waiting until taking nominations now and waiting until the next committee meeting in April seems logical to me, and I could certainly support that. Thank you.
So is there anybody with us who cannot live with the proposal to push elections for PIC leadership until April, including a recommendation that the EIC deal with this issue in a broader sense, and the possibility that more than one committee will choose to push elections till April? Any objections? Okay, I usually hate silence means assent, but for the purposes of this particular item, I'm going to go with that. Jeff, the good news is we haven't run into the TPA public calendar item. The bad news is we just ran through the round robin time.
Well, I guess our round robin was about how the HAB election process ought to go, and it just turns out not to have been what was on the agenda. Let's bring your thoughts in this round robin into our half-hour discussion of where to take the environmental justice conversation. They're separate but related. If you came in with some thoughts that you really want to share, we'll find some time today to do it. I had some stuff I wanted to bring out too, but we can do that later. Again, my apologies to the committee that we've spent a lot of time kind of sweeping our own floor here. We will switch our focus to be Hanford focused from here on out.
Right. Why don't we take a break till 10:15 and get back on track with the public involvement calendar?
All right. See you all then.
Back with us, Jeff?
I'm here. Sorry, I was just totally absorbed by these meeting minutes. A dramatic read.
Oh, Josh always
What
gives me
did you
good
say?
commentary.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
for those go ahead.
I was just going to welcome everyone back and say that we're going to talk now about public involvement calendar. Ruth, what did you have?
I was going to remind people that we record the meeting as well, because I know people pop in and out for different agenda items, and I wanted to make sure folks knew that we recorded these meetings. That, and it keeps me out of trouble with the Attorney General and Washington state law.
Indeed. All right. I'm passing the baton to whoever is out there. Dana, is that you?
Hi there. Yes, I'm here. Oh, let me adjust a little lighting here.
The media perfectionist strikes again.
There. Always a little helpful if the lighting is right. So I'm glad to be with you here today. We don't have a lot of things showing on the TPA calendar right now. And the first item is belonging to ecology. Is Dana on the line or Ryan to speak to that first item?
I'm sure here, bright and early in the morning. Our first thing on the calendar there is the state waste discharge permit. This is for the 200 area TEDF. It had gone out last year for this same permit renewal, and we got a lot of comments back that made some changes within the draft permit. So they're sending it out for another 30-day comment period so people can check it out and see if they like the changes. So, and that will be starting in a couple weeks on February 22nd.
And Dana, while you're up, would you like to mention the last one? And then I'll
Sure,
hit the middle.
I can do the top and the bottom. And so then you'll see there at the very bottom, we have a 45-day comment period starting April 4th. And this is an agency initiated permit mod on the WTP high level waste, radioactive liquid waste disposal system. So they're making some changes in there. They'll have the permit mod out for review. And we're at this point, there's no public meeting scheduled.
Thank you, Dana. Any questions for Dana before I move on to the two DOE items?
Jeff.
Well, Liz had asked first what TEDF is, so let's check in on that one first, and then we'll ask mine.
Oh, see, it's morning. That is not it's the affluent disposal facility. I forgot what the T stands for though.
I'll look it up here.
Treated.
Treated. Thank you.
There you go.
Morning's not my forte.
Has the ability to collect and safely dispose of nearly 2 billion gallons of liquid per year in accordance with its state discharge permit. So it's important to renew that.
Yes, yes, it is.
More than 12 miles of PVC piping connects facilities throughout the site to TEDF's state permitted disposal basin in the 200 East area up on the plateau. All right. Hey, this Hanford website's pretty useful. Has some good information on what things are.
Agreed.
Okay, so my question is related to that bottom one. If the agency is initiating permit mods for high-level waste, last we knew, official word was high-level waste was still kind of in its addressing the technical issues from the DNFSB, and there was maybe some engineering redesign going underway. Is this as big a deal as it seems, that there's actually some public movement on the high-level waste facility, given that we still have this holistic negotiations that's talking about the future of the high-level waste facility that has not yet come forward? I just don't know what to make of the fact that there's now some permit movement.
Well, all I know, and I'm going to probably pass this off to Ryan to see if he happens to know more, is that it's just on some of the equipment in the facility itself. So it's not discussing the whole what is and isn't high level waste question that I know is going around. But maybe Ryan, do you have more information on that?
Yeah, I don't have much more information than you have, Dana. And I could probably check on this, but my best guess is this, like Dana said, is just something that's probably more equipment related and more of just kind of ongoing work that they've been working on out there. But I can double check on that.
I've got Liz and Richard in queue. Liz?
Thanks. I'm going to go kind of the reverse order Jeff went, since we just talked about the high level waste permit. It says there's no public meeting for this, and I can write directly about this. I just want to check that I understand. When you say agency initiated, do you mean ecology as the agency initiated, or is this DOE initiating it and ecology is holding the comment period?
It's ecology's initiated it.
Okay. And it seems like this would be a helpful one to have a public meeting for. We can request one by email if that's easier, but I just want to put that on.
And
yeah.
Ecology, the WAC is written a little differently for either the second half of a class 3 or an agency initiated mod. And so we tend to have public hearings with formal comment submittal, oral comment submittals. So the criteria for deciding to do a public meeting is, I think, a little bit more stringent than just to have a public meeting, an informational meeting. So, and that's up to the permit team. I just passed that information along.
I think the other opportunity with this comment period, since it's starting in April, and this is just, I think it'd be useful just in general, having a waste treatment plant check in with the public. Where are we at with the waste treatment plant in March? And maybe that's a tri-party agency meeting, or ecology could just lead it. I don't know what's the easiest way to do that, but that could also tee up this comment period and just in more general terms, explain where are we at with tank waste treatment and the waste treatment plant. We have this permit modification coming up, and there's, I'm assuming, going to be a lot more throughout the next few years. That's just a suggestion for that.
Thank you.
And then separately, for the first comment period, I don't know why TEDF is something I haven't. Anyway, I had to look it up the first time too, and then I couldn't remember what it was. Is this linked with solids? The dispose, like where the water from the effluent treatment facility gets
That's also a state waste discharge permit. It's a different number. I don't know if that's 4500 or 4511, but yes, it is it is also a state waste discharge permit, and it's in process right now. I know they're doing, the permit team's working on it. It hasn't made it to me yet.
But that's,
So,
the treated effluent disposal facility is different from this, I can't remember how it.
yeah, I call it the salad. It's
Yeah.
not, but
Okay.
that's how my brain thinks of it, the
Yeah,
salad
maybe-
one.
Maybe there'll be more information like with maps. I can look it up, but I don't know why it's not really on my radar for Hanford. Thanks.
Sure.
Right, I've got Richard and Rob in queue. Richard.
Yeah, TANF is really just a collection basin. It goes to the soils. And so some of the stuff bypasses it, but it basically is the collection for most of the storm drains around the tank farms and water of that ilk. Basically, it has a long pipe because it does collect water from 200 west and gets it over to 200 east. But anyway, but I would say my comment on the high level waste aspect is, again, we're dealing with an issue I've brought up many, many times, is that the way the permit is written, minor changes will be generating permit mods all over the place. And that's why I don't believe bid plant will ever operate under the permit. It's just not clear. But I just wanted to make that point again.
Thank you, Richard. Rob.
Yes, not knowing very much about this particular modification, I would first suggest that we toss this over to the Tank Waste Committee and have them take a look at it from that standpoint. The other thing I'd like to point out is, as reading what's the headline here, this modification is specific to the HLW facility tanks and some ancillary equipment. So this was done a lot when something on the inside of the tank might have been changed. A new meter may change it, a new way of measuring it. But we'd have to read what the modification says. And as Richard pointed out, there were some specific things in the permits in particular that both technically now can be done in a better way. And so usually those modifications are things like that. But I think the Tank Waste Committee, once it becomes printed, we can take a look at it. And I'll make sure I talk to Bob Citayama about this and let him know that I will help. Thanks.
Thanks, Rob. I was also going to suggest that Ryan or whoever, once you find out the why of this one, to maybe just bring it to Tank Waste on Wednesday and just spend 2 minutes saying, hey, heads up, this is coming, so people know to look for it.
Is it published?
I don't
think it's been published yet.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't start until April.
Yeah, so unless we get an early read on it, I don't know. But it may be just a no, never mind.
Yeah, it might be.
Okay.
Deanna, we've got 2 things in yellow. And we'll get you off of mute so we can hear you.
So sorry about that. It was a good discussion. I was putting myself on mute so you wouldn't hear me rustling around. So we have a 60-day public comment period starting February 15th on the 2022 Hanford Life Cycle Scope, Schedule, and Cost. And I will drop in the chat. This report is already out. And so I'll put the link to where you can find this, where you can compare that to this and maybe start doing some research before. Of course, the comment period won't begin until the 15th, where you can comment, but at least you can start doing a little looking. And I was reading up about this in the news today, just to give you straight hot off the press. Hi, it says Hanford life cycle cost as low as 300 billion, as high as 641 billion, even though this cost is lower than the last estimate, but there is a very wide spread there. This was released and sent to EPA and Ecology on January 31st. So any other thoughts or questions about that one?
Hundreds of pages of light reading.
I would argue this is one of the best reports you can find to understand what the Hanford mission entails. I think it's worth the read.
Liz?
Yeah, I was just curious. It seems like this is a good one to have a public meeting on. And I know it wouldn't be required, or at least my understanding it's not required. Just what your thoughts are on that.
Well, we just haven't had them in the past. They aren't required, so that's really my only thought on it. Of course, we certainly want the input, so.
And Jeff, you put a link to it in the Teams as well, didn't you?
I did, yeah.
So, number of ways for people to find it.
To Liz's point about should there be a public conversation around the life cycle report, you know, we get it every couple of years. I think the last one was 2019. It usually makes a splash, depending on, you know, people's interest. It discusses all the decisions that have been made. It talks about the decisions that have not yet been made, but what some possible alternatives that are being considered for each one of those might be. It talks about the remaining scope for each of the operable units on the site. It gives the low and the high estimate, as you mentioned. It doesn't give it in the middle of what's most likely. It just says, here's our baseline and here's what happens if everything goes wrong. So, you know, a little bit of grain of salt there with the big number. But it sure seems kind of kismet that it's coinciding with the Hanford site cleanup priorities as well, that here's kind of the big picture look, as well as how should we move the next couple of years. It seems like a great opportunity to make people more aware. You know, we look for these kind of publicly accessible, big picture, where are we going opportunities to bring new members of the public in and let them know what in the world's going on here. This seems like one of those that you might hang your hat on. Just a thought.
Or well, you could come to the BCC meeting on Thursday morning because it's on the agenda.
Well, that's great.
Nice.
Is it going to be briefed by the agencies?
No, Tom Galeotto is going to give sort of an overview introduction to it. Tom, do you want to say anything about that? I didn't warn him I was going to do this. Or maybe, did we lose Tom Galeotto? It's on the agenda as sort of an introduction, not as an agency briefing.
Got it. Okay.
But yes, Jeff, I agree with you. I want to get as many people involved as possible. And sometimes when these things line up, it can help facilitate better understanding. So I agree with you on that. And then that brings us down to our annual Hanford Site Cleanup Priorities meeting. We had discussed with the group, I think Ginger had brought forth that we were going to kick this off March 3rd and run it through April 3rd. We prepared the materials and then there was a delay. So we don't have the start date or the public meeting date on that, but as soon as we know, we'll get the 30-day pre-notice out on that. And we look forward to your comments. Of course, this is part of the meeting where we really tried to work with the 5-year review and plan and that survey that was conducted a little earlier in last year. So that's, I wish I had dates for you. Jen Colborn, if you're on the line, do you have any more updated thoughts about when the meeting and the kickoff might be?
Yeah, thanks, Dana. At this moment, I'm hearing March 15th, which I think is a Tuesday. We'd hold the public meeting and then kick off that comment period on the same day as we always have done in the past. So again, tentative, but I'm just sharing with you what I've heard is the last date. So just so you guys can be prepared for that. Thanks, Dana.
All right, that's all I have. I know coming up in the queue, we have several straightforward construction projects on LERF, ETF, the 242A evaporator, but those just haven't taken shape enough to bring forward. And that's all I have for you today.
you.
All
LRF
right.
is liquid, effluent,
Fluent retention facility.
and
Sorry.
ETF is
ETF.
Fluid treatment.
effluent
facility.
treatment.
Sorry, yes. And then the 242A evaporator. So I apologize. I should have said those out in full especially for all of our new people. Acronyms become words.
Mhm. Can we just do a quick check-in on virtual meetings versus hybrid versus public? Is there anything new to report?
No,
Yeah,
everything oh, go ahead. I'll say goodbye.
Nothing new to report at this point. We are continuing virtual meetings. I do know that it has been discussed that in the future, looking into a hybrid model. So everything's still virtual at this point. Thanks.
Ryan, were you going to speak to that one as well?
Yeah, we're in the same boat as Energy. I think currently the current plans are to keep things virtual. If I hear anything different, I'll let you guys know.
I'm trying really hard to figure out how to do a hybrid meeting for the leadership workshop in May. I don't know if the technology gods are going to align, but we're going to try to see if we can both do it virtually and use that as a test run to see how well it could work for some HAB stuff.
Hey, Ruth. I would be curious how that works out for you, but B, reach out if you need help. I know that HMIS is working on in another realm. They've got meetings that they're doing hybrid. So I think it's a good opportunity for us to benchmark off of each other.
Good. My worry is that the staffing requirements change and may go up. Anyway, Liz, TBD comment periods.
Yeah, it's just when I went to look at this earlier or last week, I was just wondering if there's a possibility to get some of those, like at some point there's going to be a comment period in the future, which used to be in the column that says completed events. I just know that there's a lot of, I think it just helps to just have that list, even if it stays on the list for a while, of things like the site-wide permit and other comment periods. It's just hard to keep track of all that stuff. Are there any that you just know off the top of your head, or is that possible to get that back on there?
Well, I mean, there's, in terms of like, there's a bunch of LRF ETF 242A coming up, but the dates are just, they weren't solidified enough for me to want to put them in the events in progress. They feel a little more solid when that pre-notice goes out. But it sounds like you're speaking more not about RECRA permit mods, but other items. Maybe if you want to drop those in the chat and I can take a look at them, or email them to Ruth and she can get them over to us, then we can figure out how to capture that.
I mean, it's mostly just things that are in the future, maybe in the next even 2 years, just so it's on the, I feel like it just helps us remember, oh, right, we're going to have to look at that at some point. Or, I mean, the site-wide permit's an obvious one because that's been so late, like, I don't know how many years now. But it did seem like they're making progress on it. I don't know if Ecology has an update on that. Or other CERCLA cleanup actions that are coming up. Just things that would be helpful to have people just have on their radar, even if it's not in the next year, even if it's 2 years out. And maybe I'm a lone voice on that, but I think it's helpful when I see that kind of stuff.
Sure. It looks like Roberto had his hand up, but I think if the PIOs add that to our agenda for the next meeting, we can take that back to the project folks and figure out how we can sort of forecast maybe from now until the next 2 years. But I'll be quiet, and I think Roberto was wanting to add in.
Roberto, jump in.
Yeah, hi. Liz, were you talking about items such as like 5-year reviews, RODs, proposed plans? This is just records of decisions, sorry, for new people.
Yep.
You're talking about those kind of items?
Yeah, things like that, and the TPA 5-year review. There's things that we've been hearing about, but then they don't show up on here.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, just trying to get a clarification for that. And also just adding on to this for talking about the 5-year review. This isn't on the calendar because it's not so much an event, but there's the issuance of the CERCLA 5-year review on May 4th that we're anticipating between DOE and EPA and the coffee.
Cecilia.
Yeah, so along what Liz was talking about, there's a big push to have the board look at topics that are actionable, and actionable has been defined as more than 2 years out. So if we're going to be looking ahead for what's coming down the pipe, 2 years is a starting point. We should really be looking between 2 and 4 years, I think. But I know that's hard to do from a planning phase, but the more information we can get sooner would be helpful for the board to do what we're charged to do.
So
We have a few
you
minutes
see
left on
on the
this.
agenda. Go ahead, Jeff.
Please, I was taking us to the part 2 of this topic, but if you're going to.
If we were sitting next to each other, we'd be elbowing each other because we're doing the same thing. You're the chair. You get to talk before me.
All right. Part 2 of this topic, the TPA 5-year review. We first were, I think, made aware of this in the response to our HAB advice on the Central Plateau principles and parameters, but in a larger perspective, the foundational documents for Hanford and what an opportunity those are for public involvement. In that response, it was mentioned that there is a TPA 5-year review that's beginning this spring, so imminently if it hasn't started already. And what we learned at our December PIC meeting was that, for example, the principles and parameters document, which got added to the TPA in the last year or two, is within scope of that 5-year review, as are, I'm sure, other changes to milestones, maybe even some foundational stuff such as how budgets are shared with agencies. There are a lot of topics that may be of interest to the public and the HAB. So I had asked if anybody from any of the agencies could give us some sort of expectations or notice on what to expect from this TPA 5-year review and what kind of public component information-wise would be a part of that. I hope someone can now take my cue and fill in for us.
Jeff, this is Jen. I'll make note of this and take it back, but what I can say is we're looking at a mid to late June start date for a comment period. As you know, with TPA comment periods, I think the requirement is 45 days. A public meeting isn't required. However, if this is something that would have high interest, as it likely would, then we would just be proactive and schedule that public meeting. That's sort of what I know. I'm available to try and help answer questions, but I've added this to my list to maybe get some more information on. Thank you.
So Roberto is clarifying for those of you who would love to get confused about how many 5-year reviews really exist. There's one for the TPA, for the tri-party agreement. That is different than the 5-year review under CERCLA, the Superfund law. And that is different from a 5-year plan. So it's really important when we're talking about 5-year reviews to help each other remember which one we're talking about. Brian, help us out.
Yeah, I think Roberto might be able to clarify exactly, because I think we had a conversation about this recently, but I think my understanding was that this topic would be presented to the PIC in the next meeting, which is April 11th, I think. Roberto, can you back me up on that or clarify?
Yeah, the information I got was around March, April. If they were going for the board, I think that might have been in March. But yeah, they're trying to aim for the pick, and the meetings are have continued, and everything's still in draft. Unfortunately, I cannot share more than that.
Okay. When you come to April, some questions that I'd like to hopefully see answered would be, what is the process? What is the schedule? What is in scope of the 5-year review? In other words, what's changed in the last 5 years that you all are looking at in your discussions? And kind of what role do public comments have in the 5-year review, which kind of leads into our next topic of, what is the role of public comment on these kinds of things? And also for April, I would like to understand if there are any topics that you, the agencies, see value in having a briefing either to the HAB or to the broader public about, here are some things that changed in the last 5 years that you may not have seen, or you may decide you want to comment upon during this 5-year review. I'd like to understand the evolution of your thought there. And anyone else on the PIC, if you have other suggestions or requests for this April topic where we talk about the 5-year review, now would be a good time to chime in. Or I covered it.
Hey, Jeff. This is Roberto. I was going to say that the questions that you've asked were actually really helpful, and I think they're great framing questions for the TPA team to build off the presentation to the PIC, to the HAB. So thank you.
Thanks. Yeah. Any other final thoughts or questions on the TPA public involvement calendar, the next few months of planned activities there before we move on to the next?
Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
No problem. I can wait. If other people, feel free to jump in the queue if you have a question. I feel like the same people keep talking. I guess I'm curious about the HABs, since this was part of the response to our advice about having a say in the principles and parameters of the Central Plateau document. If we want to start thinking about having an issue manager, maybe we already have an issue manager team, getting an issue manager team together to talk about that topic and see if we already have that document, and if this is the comment period in which to comment on it, which it sounds like it is based on the response we got to that advice, to be aiming for June advice on the principles and parameters document. That would be probably more, it may be a cross-cutting issue for multiple committees, but just knowing that it can take some time to develop that kind of advice, it just seems like we might want to start that work sooner rather than later, and then we would have March, April, May. We have 3 months to work on something to bring to June, and we wouldn't be waiting for I think it's still helpful to have this presentation in April. I'm glad that's happening, but if we already know we'd like to have some input in that document, we have access to it already, and by that document I mean the principles and parameters document. It just seems like we might want to start working on that now. Thanks.
That is an excellent point to bring up in the River and Plateau Committee tomorrow. Kidding. But no, yeah. And I think RAP has had it as one of the topics, but I don't know how that all gets scheduled and racked for topics.
I think there are a couple folks with us today that will be with us tomorrow. All right. Dana, are you with us still?
Yep, I'm still here.
All righty. I have.
Yay.
We have Dana McFadden from Ecology. There she is. Make it as big as I can. So there was a request from the committee to talk about response to comments, how that process works, what those documents are, and what impact do they have. So Dana's going to give you an overview, and then we're going to open it up to what does all this mean? Dana?
Thank you, Ruth. So I'm Dana McFadden. I am the Permit Communications Specialist for Ecology, which means that I deal with the public-facing portion of the permit. So I don't do any of the actual permit writing. Thank you. But I help do, the focus sheets and the email notices, the response to comments, which we're going to talk about today, newspaper, public meetings, all that kind of stuff. And today I'm only going to be talking about Ecology's process. I know DOE and EPA, they have their own set process. I'm assuming there's things that overlap that are similar, but I'm only going to talk to our process today. So you can go to the next slide, please. So just real quickly here, this is the WAC that we work to, the 173.303.849, and it just tells us what needs to be in the response to comment. When you do a final permit, you're going to have a response to comments, and it's going to tell everybody what changed from the draft permit and why you made those changes. And you're going to respond to all significant comments, and it needs to be made available to the public. Ecology does it a little different. In the significant comments, NWP is Nuclear Waste Program, has decided to respond to all comments instead of just figuring out which is a more significant and insignificant. That seems kind of mean. So we're just going to respond to all the comments so that there's no question. So next slide, please. This is just a quick little timeline to show you what our process is. So we have our public comment period. There's a class 2 public comment period, which is the one that DOE puts on, or the permittee puts on, and it's a 60-day comment period, and it has a 90-day clock, and that's important to remember that. And then a class 3, it actually has 2 comment periods. It has a 60-day comment period by the permittee, followed by a 45-day comment period by the agency as Ecology. So, but there's no clock on those. That's why some of those comment periods seem to go on forever, because they're big changes and it takes a while to do stuff in between. So the first thing we have is the public comment period. As that's finishing up, or when it finishes, we sort and respond to all the comments that we did receive. Once all the comments are responded to, we assemble the various pieces of the response to comments, and then we finalize and publish it. Now, the reason I have down here at the bottom that there's a 90-day clock is on a class 2, that's the one that DOE or the permittee has. It's 90 days from when they submit their draft permit documents, which is the beginning of the comment period. It's a 60-day comment period. So then in theory, we have 30 days from the end of the comment period to get the draft permit either denied, published, approved, whatever we're going to do with it. We have 30 days after the end of the comment period to do that. And that's calendar days, not working days. So in reality, it's like 20 working days or something. So that one has to move kind of fast. So next slide, please. This is just a quick snapshot of where you submit a comment. So you'll hear about e-comments. We have a lot of e-comment statements. And as a member of the public, or anybody really, if you go to the e-comments link and want to submit a comment, this is what you get. We accept comments by e-comments. We prefer that because it goes into dedicated software and helps us in sorting and everything. But we can get them by email at our hanford@eci.wa.gov email address. You can mail them to us by old-fashioned snail mail, and you can actually hand deliver them too. Since our office is open now, yay! Once we get all of these comments, if they come in the 3 other ways, I upload them into e-comments so that they can then be sorted and answered and so on and so forth. So next slide, please. So when we start responding to the comments, in practice, you submit a comment and hopefully the permit team will have the opportunity to start at least reading your comment and sorting it out right as it comes in, especially on a class 2 when we have that super short clock. So these are some of the questions that they ask themselves as they're sorting the comments and getting ready to respond is, does it apply to this comment period? And that seems like kind of a silly question, but we get a lot of comments that are just super general, that no more nuclear waste to Hanford. Well, it's not that that's a bad comment, but it doesn't apply to this permit modification. Okay. And then is it within the scope of this modification? So we're talking about the high level waste upcoming one in April. So that one is about ancillary equipment. So, pipes and stuff like that. And so if you start talking about renaming high level waste, it doesn't apply to the scope of this modification. This modification is about pipes and handles and little equipment, not renaming high level waste. So they have to ask themselves those 2 questions. And if it's yes to both, then they go to, what type of comment is it? Is it a technical comment? Do we need to talk to engineering or chemistry or somebody else? Do we need to talk to USDOE for more specific unit information so that they can answer the comment fully? If it's a non-technical kind of comment, is it more administrative? So did they not understand, a section that was written? Was it unclear and the person's questioning that? Or maybe they're questioning one section and that section is actually answered in a different part of the modification. So there's those types of comments. And then will the comment impact the draft modification? So somebody has commented, and does their comment, will it make the permit change? And if so, how? Well, if you're pointing out typos, that will impact it because hopefully we'll fix the typos. Sometimes the comments are complex enough that we need to submit an extension so that we can respond fully to the comments and see if it impacts the draft modification. Some commenters are very technical and detailed, and we just really have to study what they say to make sure that we answer appropriately. Sometimes we get commenters that provide us new information that we just were not aware of. And so we need time to investigate that and, flesh that out and see where that takes us. Sometimes we get information or enough questions that it indicates that we need to deny this permit modification. It doesn't have enough information or whatever. And sometimes we get enough public comment and confusion and questions that we decide to reclassify a class 2 into a class 3, which would then make it so that we update the draft permit modification, and then ecology will have a 45-day comment period, hopefully, that will address those changes that came in the first comment period and answer some of the public questions and comments that came in and concerns. So next slide, please. So in our response to comments, this is just a snippet from one of our response to comments pages, and we always list the commenters in there. So this is just what it looks like. So if you'll see we have four individual commenters. So if you can flip to the next slide, please. Once we go into e-comments and sort those out, those 4 individual commenters split into 16 individual comments. So while a comment period, you may be like, oh, there's just a few comments. Once you start breaking out the comments, you're like, oh, well, this person actually had 8 questions within their submittal, and we want to be as thorough as we can in answering these, so we split them out into individual comments. So this one turned into 16 out of 4. I just wanted to show you how that can happen, and this is just this is a peek into what e-comments looks like if you ever had to work in there. So next slide, please. So the next steps after the permit team puts together the responses, we put together the full response to comments, and this is just a quick idea of what that is. We have an introduction part that tells what the comment period was about, why we did it, what it affected, and what the final outcome was. If we changed the permit mod, if we denied it, whatever we did. Right after that, we have the comments and responses. Pardon me, comments and responses, and every comment that was submitted will have some sort of response. And if it is one of those comments that doesn't apply, no more nuclear waste to Hanford, we'll comment with a thank you for your comment. It does not apply to the scope of this permit modification. We have some, but that way the person who submitted knows that we did read their comment and we do appreciate it, but it doesn't apply to the scope, so we're not able to give them a more thorough response. After that comes the public involvement material. This is my stuff. This is the focus sheet, the email notices, the newspaper notices. We post our stuff on social media now, so we have all that in there so people can look to see how we try to notify the public that that the comment period and any associated public hearings, when the time was, and how to contact us and submit comments. And then if we do have a public hearing, and the final piece is that we have the transcripts, because we record the whole thing and have the transcripts with all of the oral comments submitted. And that's the very last piece. So if you go to the next slide, please. So the final step after that is we, put it all together, finalize it, and we put it on the ecology publication website in the nuclear waste program section. So any of our response to comments that we have published are in there. If you happen to go in and look at one that's, say, 4 or 5 years old or older, you may get I don't know what the wording, I think they're using historical document now. If you want to see it, just email us at the hanford@ecy.wa.gov address, and I will be happy to send you a copy of it. We just only have them on there for a few years because they become kind of out of date, but they're still available. So just let me know. Next slide, please. So one of the big questions that generated the request for the presentation was how do we make our comments more impactful, so more helpful, more useful? So in talking to the permit teams and leads, these are some of the tips we came up with. The number one comment was, please keep it within the draft permit modification. Do your very, very best. If we're talking about leaking pipes, we're doing one of the upcoming LERF one is on leaking pipes and how to prevent it or something. And that's what the modification is, but you're talking about groundwater. They're not connected. I realize they're the same, they might be the same facility, but the modification, because the permit modifications only address maybe certain chapters within the permit, sometimes even just specific paragraphs within a chapter. And so if it's outside of that scope, then we appreciate the comment, but it's not able to be responded to at that point in time. Another thing was, if you have a specific concern, so say your topic that you're really interested in is groundwater or WTP, keep an eye out for permit modifications that are relevant to your preferred topic. Or, you know, so if you are a person who really follows groundwater, you don't use your groundwater comments on an air comment period, because they're not related. Will get read, but your response you get's not going to be exceptionally helpful. And make your concerns, the other ones, make your concerns clear and concise. Use bullets or numbering, paragraph breaks, whatever works for you. Sometimes we get long, kind of rambling letters, you know, or messages or whatever, and it's really hard. People jump from topic to topic, and it's really hard to figure out exactly what they're concerned about. You can feel the concern, and you know that this is an important topic, but it's really tricky to figure out what the specific concern is that they have. So the more clear and concise you can make it, the more helpful it is for us to give you a full answer. And then the final one is, please, as much as you can, try and get your comments in earlier in the comment period. You have up until 11:59 p.m. on the final day of the comment period to submit them. And I realize that sometimes, you know, you just have to submit them that last day because life. But if you can get them in, you know, even a week before the end of the comment period, especially on a class 2, that has that really short time clock, it's extremely helpful, because then the permit team can start crafting their responses and sorting them. So that, because a lot of times we get comments that are similar to each other, so they're going to have a similar type response, so they can make sure they get all the parts in there added, that, you know, to give a nice thorough response. So I can't say the early bird gets the worm, because you don't get a worm, you just get a response, but it is much appreciated if you can get your comments in earlier versus later. So final slide, please. So that's what I have, and I'm here for questions.
What I would love to do right now is check in with EPA and DOE for sort of their reflections on, is their process kind of similar, maybe a little different? So you get a flavor of all 3 agencies, and then open it up to discussion, and some of Jeff's questions around how does this work and how do you make it effective? Roberto?
Yeah, thanks, Ruth. And Dana, you did a great job. Thank you for that explanation. For EPA side, unfortunately for me, I have very little experience when it comes to public response, as I onboarded about a year ago, but I do have some information that ties along really well with what Dana had just went over. So there is the public involvement aspect that's very different from the tribal trust responsibility, and with that I would just only be talking about the public involvement for this section. And the comments that we try to encourage the public to give should generally focus on the proposed plan stages for circular documents or record of decisions, or things such as a budget when that ties to DOE, cleanup priorities as well. And additionally, we also want to make sure that the comments are well-founded, that we're also welcome to discuss and clarify any misunderstandings that we see in comments. Additionally, getting feedback informally earlier and in the developing stages can be very helpful in helping us better the document and make it more accessible for the reader. And also, general and specific comments are fine. I'll leave that to DOE.
Shannon, are you the right person?
Yes, thank you. I will just echo a lot of what Dana and Roberto had said on many points. And just for an example, one type of comment period are TPA-led comment periods. There's also CERCLA proposed plans and many, many more. But similar to the RCRA permit mods, a comment response document is due within 90 days. It's after the comment period closes. So our window doesn't overlap on the like they do on the RCRA. If a delay does occur, as you know it has in the past, due to complexity of comments received, the public may be notified of that delay by a public notice. Used to be called the listserv. We've since switched to Gov Delivery. So I'm trying to change my vocabulary and call those public notices from now on. And then the comment responses will be published in the AR, and we'll call those a final approval package, which combines like the tentative agreement, also known as the TA, public comments and those response to public comments, and then documents into one package. Yes, thank you. The administrative record is the AR. But yeah, I would say a lot of things between RCRA, CERCLA, TPA, WEIR, there's going to be a lot of differences, and some may be more nuanced than the others, but in a nutshell, I would say that much of what Dana presented is going to be fair and similar across the board. So thank you.
Right. So Jeff, open it up.
Yeah, I would like to open it up for questions or comments related to this behind the scenes process. As we do have time, a little bit of time too, to talk specifically about some of the examples that we sent out ahead of time. But right now, let's keep it focused on the process. My starting question is for any one of you in the agencies, how many people will end up touching a particular comment? You know, will you have meetings where you guys are passionately arguing what a comment is, you know, trying to get at, or whether they make a good point? Oh, but we can't do it. Oh, but we have to do it. Like, can you give us a flavor of what some of your conversations sometimes turn into? Do you have any good examples of how public conversations move the earth behind the scenes or not?
This is Dana. I do like the drama that you add to the discussing of the comments. As to how many people touch the comments, you know, that's going to vary for the permitting team. We have some teams that are larger than others because some projects are larger. There's going to be at least probably 5 people that touch each comment. There's going to be the permitting team, the permit coordinator, usually the section manager. I'm in there somewhere. We have people, you know, then if it's a technical one, it's going to go to, you know, that technical chemistry or engineering, whoever it is, they're going to help review it. I don't know if they have a lot of drama in some of the meetings about this person's point is very valid and let's stick up for. I don't know how dramatic they get about that, though I like it. I do know that they take the comments to heart and really try to figure out, you know, what the person is concerned about and if it's something that impacts what they're doing. I'm not in most of those meetings. I'm at the end of the thing, so I don't have any stories other than some of the comments. Well, our T-Plant and CWC comment period that went out in 2020, it took us a year to do the response to comments because there ended up being, I think it was 333 comments, some of which were quite detailed, and it just took them a year to get all the responses done before we could get that response to comments out, because it was big.
Yeah, we included that document in the list of links. It's 514 pages. And some of the responses are like 2 pages in response to single comment.
Yes.
That is significant effort.
That was not done in a day on our part.
Not seeing anybody else in queue, I'm going to jump in for another question. Do you ever, when you find somebody who's making a comment that is out of scope, do you ever nudge them and say, well, kind of out of the official process and say, hey, thanks for your comment. Maybe you want to try again at this different permit or this different document? Or do you ever do that kind of guiding people to help them find the place where their words will have the most power? And do you ever see opportunities for that?
I know from just experience that when we were more in person, I'm echoing. Weird. When we were more in person, there would be an opportunity to do that.
Hang on, let me mute everybody. And then Dana, unmute yourself. Hopefully that will clear out whatever was doing that.
Okay, are we good now?
Yeah.
Oh, that's much better. I hate hearing myself talk. So when we would meet in person, there was more of an opportunity because you could informally say, hey, we got your comments. But they were, what are you concerned about? Because they didn't match up at all. In the formal responses, they don't really do that. They say it's out of scope, and there's some of them, it varies, but you'll see some of them say this is out of scope, but yes, we are concerned, going back to the No More Nuclear Waste Hanford. We are concerned, and we, are following the rules, or no more waste is being brought, or whatever kind of a general answer is. But in the response to comments, we don't tend to suggest other things that they can comment on, unless it's real obvious. You commented on a WTP comment period, and your comments have to do with an air comment period that's ongoing at the same time. We might contact somebody for that. If there's 2 concurrent comment periods and we can see that maybe they just clicked the wrong button, put it in the wrong place, we might do that.
Okay, thank you. And Steve, I want to get to you, but I want to respond to what we're seeing from Laura Hanses as well, asking about whether there is a public window into this meeting. My vote would be yes. I don't remember if we have it on our agenda, but I am absolutely open to providing an opportunity there. Ruth, can you help me figure out how to make that happen?
How to make
non-committee members, non-HAB members who would like to participate in some discussion today or make a comment?
You have chair's choice and can open public comment at the end of any agenda item.
Okay. Well, then to Laura and anyone else who's a member of the public, let's take a little bit of time at 11:30 to check in, and then I will do another check-in at the end of the day, and provide you some opportunity to chime in.
So I'm going to keep you in number, and I'm going to mute us again. I'm not sure why we're getting feedback. She said me. Okay, Steve Anderson.
Okay, am I off mute?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Yeah, I guess my question was really more along the lines of what kind of, you said there was hundreds in one comment period. Is that unusual, or is that, what's the average? Is it a dozen, a couple dozen? Because the ones that I read through seem pretty simple, straightforward, not too much. They look like, a day's effort in response, not more than that. I didn't get into any that I saw that were in the hundreds of comments. So I was just curious, what type of averages do you get? And if so, then what type of topics are those? Because those obviously would be more interesting to me, the ones that had a lot more response. Thanks.
This is Dana again. Usually the ones that get a lot of comments are the ones you refer to as hot button topics. There's something that's maybe been in the news. An example of that was when we did the PureX tunnels. When in 2017, the PureX tunnels collapsed, made a big hole. And then after that, they had to do a permit modification to figure out what they fixed one tunnel immediately, but they had to do a permit modification for the second tunnel. And that was a very large response to comments. We had 2 different public hearings on that. We had hundreds of comments. So topics like that are ones that generate a lot of comments. Most of our comment periods are class 2s, which means they're more than just fixing a typo or changing a name in a permit, because class 1s, there's a class 1 and a class 1 prime, which are like little small changes, an emergency contact changes or something just that doesn't impact the full permit. It's kind of like an update. A class 2, there's something that's changed, but it's not a huge change. My example, which is not in the permit, but it's an example, is like, we're going to change all of the blue emergency boxes to red emergency boxes. It's an important change because you need to know all the red emergency box, all the boxes are red now, but it's not a huge change like we're going to take the pipe through the wall. So it's, there degrees of amount of change. And so a lot of class 2s are just these little kind of changes, so they don't generate a lot of comment. We do get some. Our average, in answer to your question, our average, I would say, is we have 4 to 5 commenters, and it tends to split out to, to a dozen or 2 comments. Because again, one commenter might have 5 or 6 different questions. So even though you only have 2 commenters, it could be 20 questions. So it varies. But yeah, again, the ones that are going to generate the hundreds of comments, which has happened, are the big topics, the ones that have ended up in the news usually.
Thanks.
Does anybody else have any process related questions while we have the ear of our agency people? We're running low on time to get to the other part of this topic that I was hoping to get to, where we actually talk about some of the comment response documents. I do want to leave a couple minutes to talk about that, but
yeah, I have just one. This is Dan Solomon. Yes, when someone makes a comment and you respond to the comment, do you send them a notification as to how to access that response to your response to their comment? Is that part of the automatic process, or do you have to make sure that you go find the document that shows the response to all the comments?
I can't speak for how DOE and EPA would do it. For our system, if you have submitted it via e-comment or given me an email address, when I publish the document, I send you a notice saying that it's, you know, this comment period you commented on the response to comments is published and you can find it here. We have people that submit anonymously. So I'm not able to tell them that it's available. Hopefully they just keep an eye out. But basically, yeah, if you give me an email address, I'm happy to let you know. I tell you when it publishes. Otherwise, I guess we just need you to keep an eye out.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and this is Jen Colborn speaking on behalf of DOE. I would just say in general, you'll get that notification through a public notice. It's not something that would go out to each individual who commented. It would go out to the entire public notice subscription list. In the past, what I have done, so say cleanup priorities, comment period. Actually, that's not a very good example. TBI Weir. Sometimes I'll put it like an out of office message that says your email has been received. But that's not something we've done for every single inbox, and we don't have an e-comments database like Ecology does. So ours are collected a little bit differently. But I would just say look out for those public notices that come out. Thanks.
Roberto,
Okay, you might want to reconsider that. I think that would encourage future participation as people got direct feedback that here's where to get a copy of their comments and other people's comments in response to their comments. I think it would broaden it and make it more participatory. Thank you.
Sure, thank you.
Ruth, you were saying?
yeah, did you have something to add?
No, I was going to say that I did not have much to add, and I would refer to DOE on that.
All right. All right. Well, thank you, Dana. Thank you especially for giving us that look behind the curtain. I learned something new. I didn't even know about this e-comment software, and I think that's really cool. Especially the idea. I think what stuck with me the most is this idea that one commenter's submission might have multiple comments. I know that's how we make comments, and a lot of other people do. And it's nice to see that addressed individually. I think that's a really great thing to show people that you're in a conversation with them and that you're listening to each point that they're making. I think that there's a philosophical divide, I think, depending on which government organization and which process you're talking about, regarding whether they do a lumping of comments and to say, yeah, 100 people told us they didn't like our future land use, and here's what we have to say about that in response, versus I'm going to respond to each person with the same response or a very similar response. And, you know, it's kind of, you take what values are underlying your decision there. I did want to, I know, gosh, time is just going so fast. I did want to open it up and see the homework assignment that we gave you last week to actually go check out some comment response documents. I wanted to check in with members of the committee to see if any of you actually went and checked them out. Were you left with any impressions?
I looked at a few, and the impression I got was that yes, the comments were fairly considered, and the response to comments were thoughtful, and I appreciate seeing that overall.
Thanks.
Steve Anderson.
Yeah, I guess mine were along the same line. I went through a few and noticed that some were similar, and as Jeff kind of mentioned, you know, you come up with kind of a pat answer, but it really it works for the fact that they're asking the same question. Didn't really come across any that I thought were, things that were riveting or surprising, a little bit more general and simplistic, which I appreciated. Let's stop contaminating the river. Let's stop adding additional waste to soils. And I think those are all appropriate and well intended. And I did like the fact that there was comments in a couple that it wasn't really pertaining to the permit, and they were suggested that they may want to direct it to, upcoming review or something that was similar. So they didn't get just discounted, but they actually had a response. So no, I thought that was good.
Thanks.
Let's check in with Laura and Maya. They both have questions.
Hi there. This is Laura. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to ask my question. I was following the meeting and I saw that the response to comments to documents coming out. What I am interested in, is there going to be any public informational meetings coming up here on the radar? And I'm speaking specifically to the budget or state of the site. Anything like that that's planning to be presented to the public?
Laura, this is Jen.
Hi, Jen.
Hi. We do have an upcoming public meeting on cleanup priorities. I think we're aiming for mid-March. I can say the last date that I've seen was March 15th, but that is still very tentative. There's also going to be, gosh, 4, even more LRF comment periods. Those will be class 2s, and those do require public meetings. So those will be happening, I would say, in possibly the April to May timeframe. Again, dates are still very tentative at this point. So once I have dates firmed up, I will update that calendar that Ruth just had pulled up, and I will put that out on the website. You can actually see where she's kind of leading you to. So you go to the outreach tab, and then it's under public involvement opportunities. And then if you scroll down, that last bullet will take you to that calendar. It does say revised quarterly, but I'll likely be revising that in the next probably 2 to 3 weeks, if not sooner. So definitely look out there. Also on the events calendar, we'll have very firm dates. Nothing goes on that events calendar until the dates are very much firmed up. I hope that helps answer your question.
Well, so will there be any state of the site meetings or any meetings that are related to budget, kind of high level meetings, so that the public can kind of get a snapshot on what's going on?
Yeah, so the cleanup priorities, in terms of a state of the site, which we've sort of kind of rebranded into the Hanford Regional Dialogue, also tapped with the Hanford Live. Those, we don't have any Hanford Regional Dialogues or Hanford Lives on our radar at this point. There's nothing being planned, but definitely look out for the cleanup priorities happening in mid-March.
Okay, and I would like to go on the record and request a public regional meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ryan, would you like to add something from ecology?
Yeah, definitely. Laura, I'm going to link in the chat here a link to our Hanford Ecology Public Comments Period page where you'll be able to view the comment periods when they do come out. And I'm also going to link, put this in the chat, a link to the Gov Delivery email list, which you can sign up for, and that will actually send notices from Ecology, EPA, and DOE about public comment periods and public hearings right to your email inbox. So that should be able to give you some heads up when, comment periods. We usually do, like you said, like 30-day heads up. There's notifications that when a public comment period starts, so that could be pretty helpful for you on notifying you when this stuff starts.
And I do understand that. I understand the public comment to permits and so forth. I'm just speaking more as a member of the public to kind of get a snapshot overview as to where Hanford cleanup is in relation to the budget, the different offices, the new contracts that are out, just so that I can see, okay, where is the plateau going to be? What's the plan for 10 years with the plateau besides groundwater? You know, I know that tank waste is going to be there forever, but I'd kind of like a good look ahead at where we think we're at today and where we're going to be in 5 years. That's just for example. I'm not necessarily talking about the permits. I'm just saying, what's Hanford going to be looking like? What's the plan? Hope that makes sense.
And Josh, let's put those links in the meeting minutes as well. Yeah. Thank gosh, we have Josh. Maya, you had a question as well.
Hi, yeah, thanks. This is Mia. I want to thank you for the opportunity to ask a question. So I realized that the Department of Energy and Ecology are doing a lot more outreach in Spanish, and I was just wondering if you received a comment in Spanish, if you would take the time to translate it or find someone on staff who knows Spanish, and then end up responding to that comment formally back in Spanish is my question. Thank you.
This is Dana. Mia, thank you for your comment. We have not at this point ever received a comment in Spanish. But if we did, we would definitely have it translated. We have a translation team at Ecology that's their whole job, is to translate things into other languages for us. And we would respond probably both in English and Spanish. So we would have the translation in there for English speakers to read the Spanish comment. And then also, again, we would have the Spanish response and the English, or if we got any other language, I'm sure we would do it the same way. But thank you for your question.
Mia, this is Jen Colborn. Part of what DOE is looking at doing in having the conversations around Spanish translation. So I think if a comment did come in Spanish, it would certainly be translated. I'm not certain or sure if ever they've received a comment in Spanish and what they've done with that. So I don't have that historical knowledge to that point. But a conversation, we are certainly having conversations around Spanish translation, whether that's public involvement materials going out, but maybe part of that needs to be what that looks like if comments do come in. So thank you for that.
Jeff.
Cool. Those are great questions. Thank you for asking them. Laura, to some of your other questions too, there is a Hanford 5-year vision. It looks kind of like a placemat, and in fact is called a placemat unofficially. It's out there on the Hanford website if you want to see that. Also, the new life cycle scope, schedule, and cost report, which just came out last week, is that really big picture of where are we going over the next 60 years. But it also does a year-by-year breakdown of how much money you need to get there. And you might find it enlightening to see how it jumps as soon as next year and maybe this year. So those are some additional resources for you that are not in the meeting space, but that are informational, that are out there. And I think you also maybe noticed that you were asking about budget meetings. It kind of sounds like we don't have budget meetings anymore, that they've been rebranded as cleanup priorities meetings, but they do kind of touch on the very large items of what those budget requests are to accomplish the work scope that they're shooting for. So just some additional context from things that we've been hearing in these meetings.
Yes, and thank you. And I do appreciate the reference to the documents. I guess I want to just share that part of being able to have public involvement would be having meetings, informational meetings for the public where they can actually dialogue and participate with the leadership teams from the agencies. Not everybody wants to necessarily, I mean, a piece of paper and a document that stands for itself, but I'm talking about the actual dialogue and really getting a good snapshot, and maybe having questions outside of the box as to what you're going to read in any specific document that's relevant to that piece of
Yeah,
Hanford.
that's great. Yeah. And, you know, we did have those Hanford regional dialogues, and then the world shut down.
Right.
As soon as there's the green light, you know, I am certainly an advocate of keeping those up and going again. And
Right.
I'm
Very
hoping
good.
the agencies will be there too. So
Very good. I would appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Ryan, jump in.
Yeah, Laura, I had one other comment actually. To Jeff's point, we definitely do want to get back to in-person meetings when restrictions are getting lifted and stuff. But to that other point, actually, Ecology, we've been holding specific events called Let's Talk About Hanford, which we've done on Zoom
Yes.
and WebEx, and so we are trying to do more of those. And we did just hold one back in January that we highlighted the last year at Hanford for Ecology's work and the year ahead, and we had most of our management team on that were able to converse with the public. So I'm not sure when we're going to hold the next one that's exactly like that, but we definitely want to hold you know, the kind of public meetings that you're referencing. So thank you very much for your comments.
Yes, and virtual meetings are better than no meetings. So I appreciate any effort to allow the public to interact in dialogue.
all right. We have 20 minutes until lunch. The next topic on our agenda relates to this discussion that we've been trying to get momentum going and figure out, is there advice there for the PIC? Are there things we need to learn, things that we can learn about how environmental justice values are being applied at the Hanford site? As well, I think, how it relates to some complementary ideas about diversity, equity, and inclusion in the Hanford cleanup and in that conversation. We've had a couple of meetings where we've had some conversations. We had a presentation by EPA. We've had some presentation by Ecology as well about how they're thinking about it. We understand that there are some efforts at the headquarters level in DOE, but we haven't really heard how that's filtering down yet, unless I'm missing something. We've had some ideas for how we might reach out to other cleanup efforts that are going on in other places to understand how they're doing it, but things haven't really come together. We have an issue management team related to this topic. But we haven't really, we haven't met, we haven't talked about where we need to go next. And so really, I'm just here asking you all for some help and some guidance. Where do we go next in this conversation? How do we keep it moving? Because I feel honestly like I'm spinning my wheels a little bit and I need some help leading that conversation somewhere.
Yes, this is Dan Solitz. I've had a thought and I've had it for a while, and I think we need to reach out to the public to talk about keeping the thoughts of Hanford alive in the future through all of the media that is available to us. And I think there's a big opportunity there, and there's also environmental justice money available to do that. And it's to engage the arts. The fine arts, the sculpture, literature, you name it, imaginative arts even, and contests for children in schools. I mean, that's how the Alaska got its flag, wonderful flag. So looking to the future takes care of two things. One, it broadens the public's perception of what's going on, and two, it try to force that knowledge into the future, because we're going to need to keep that thought alive, because if Richland's still around, where Richland gets its water. So Richland's going to need to be aware of what's piled up at the site, decades and centuries and millennia into the future. I know it's a big take, but I think there's some opportunities there.
Dan, I'm curious to know more about when you say there's money there for environmental justice efforts. Where are you hearing that, and what's the process there? What I'm understanding from what you're saying is there might be an opportunity to use an existing funding vehicle to support some artistic development efforts to generate new Hanford related products, if you will. And some of that could be, yes, keeping Hanford alive in the future, but I wonder if we need to be more focused specifically on environmental justice aspects of Hanford while still bringing in art community, as you're talking about, and making it future focused. I don't know if that made any sense there. Because I'd just be curious to know more about the mechanisms you're talking about.
Well, the latest executive order, I think, has a pot of money in it, and the environmental justice EPA has a pot of money, and what they're using the money for now is buying communities air monitors for areas where the air has really been messed up by industry surrounding these sites where poor folks live. But and I can, if there's an interest in doing this sort of thing, I can dig deeper into it. But if I'm just talking to myself, it's probably not going to go anywhere.
Roberto.
Yeah, so touching on to Dan's comment, so EPA does provide grant money in regards to environmental justice, and I do encourage it, although I do want to differentiate the environmental justice at Hanford is different than how it would apply for an EPA site, because Hanford is a federal facility and falls under the Department of Energy and their scope and their jurisdiction. So if DOE can provide any feedback on that, that'd be great.
Gary?
Hi, this is Gary. I can chime in on that. We don't have any formal guidance from DOE headquarters just yet. My understanding is that we are locally trying to find a person to head up EJ type activities locally. We don't have anybody in place yet. It's something that has our attention and more to follow.
Liz, I see you in the queue.
Yeah, it seems like talking about what could an IM team work on related to environmental justice topic, it seems like starting by getting the team. I don't know if we have a team identified. Do we? I think we started to. We do.
Yes, you do.
Just also scheduling a meeting to just start talking is a good place to start. So we don't necessarily have to have an agenda ahead of time. I think that's what the issue manager team is for. And this is a complicated topic for Hanford. As we've heard, like Hanford isn't considered an EJ site because of it being controlled, like access controls. And yeah, that's like a complicated idea that's more administrative than I don't know if the right word social, like just like the way we actually move through the world. It also seems like a big thing that came up for me when we heard about DOE's efforts to modify the board's structure to increase the diversity of people, the racial, ethnic, gender, age diversity of people on the board. To me, feels like starting in the deep end of Hanford involvement versus starting with just regional public outreach to diverse communities. And I feel like that's missing. I feel like there's a piece of advice potentially in this issue manager group working on that and looking at if you want to increase the number of voices, the kinds of input you're getting on Hanford cleanup, you need to go to different communities and raise awareness about Hanford first. I feel like it feels like there's a little bit of a check the box on adding people to the board as your action on that front, and hopefully it's not the only action that DOE is looking at. It sounds like there's going to be maybe an environmental justice staff or group at DOE. Maybe it's a tri-party agency group. I do think it's something that needs to be looked at because if you go to public meetings about Hanford, they're mostly an older white audience. If you look at the board, you're looking at that audience too. And though we have diverse interests on the board, and that's important, it does matter. Someone's background and experience does matter when you're bringing your thoughts and ideas to Hanford cleanup. And I think that's something the board needs to work on more. So I feel like this is going to be an IM team that's kind of evolving as it talks about these issues. I don't think I have an answer to it, but I think by talking, we might find a path forward here. And I don't think we need to know necessarily what's on that agenda before we start talking, if that makes sense.
Fair point.
Rob. While Rob is getting off of
Yeah, thank you. I just, last meeting we had this wonderful discussion, and something that some of us were quite surprised of and not was that we've kind of left Mattawa out of our conversation. The second thing I want to point out is much easier for us as a committee, and thing is we have an action if we're trying to do something. So, let's suggest to whoever's got the money that we build an information center in Mattawa, that they have outreach there, they have a meeting there, they do something to Mattawa. But instead of just, we'd like to have lots of, we do something. Rob out.
Gary.
Yeah, thanks for the comment, but Mattawa is within.
Oops, sorry, Gary. Can you unmute yourself? I'm sorry.
Well, if you insist. I've heard a couple of folks talking about Mattawa lately, and they are actually double touched on issues there. They are within Grant County, and Franklin and Grant County do have a combined seat here on the HAB, and so we do appreciate that. Also, if you're talking about the tribe that's in the area, we have direct consultations there as well. So we are reaching out in that area. It's recognized as an important stakeholder area, and we are actually working there.
Jerry, Paulette.
That's all I have.
Thank you. I just want to weigh in quickly. Heart of America Northwest is working with the Port of Mattawa School District and others on two options. One is training center, one is visitor center. Mattawa is the northern gateway to Hanford. I think the sensitivity is such, in terms of awareness, is a community that is 95% Latinx, 70 to 85%, depending on different counts, limited English proficiency. Um, and yet there has no outreach in terms of job recruitment and training, even from the Department of Employment Security. And it makes a lot of sense in terms of looking at the B Reactor Visitor Center to provide visiting center rights. Saying that the community is represented through Grant County or Franklin County, I mean, is part emblematic of many of the problems in not understanding the complex relationships of a 95% Latinx community that the U.S. Department of Justice had to come in and issue one of the most unique orders in the United States under Title VI of the Civil Rights Act in regard to representation. And the Port of Mattawa actually in their jurisdiction includes Hanford lands. So it's one of those mysteries of why would they have been excluded when the Port of Benton is given representation. So I think that there's a lot of discussion to be had, and as we go forward, perhaps in several months, we might be able to, have a discussion with a range of representatives from Mattawa, including why they're not represented on the board itself.
Thank you, Jerry. As I was preparing for this morning's round robin question, I was thinking about, there seems to be a larger question of what kind of involvement that's being offered to people. Not only how do we reach people, but what are we offering when we do reach them? And making people more aware of what you are offering in terms of public involvement and empowerment in the decisions is one side of the coin. And then it's up to those people whether they want to engage in your offerings, and they might not. And it seems kind of clear that it's not happening. And you got to wonder, well, is there something we can change about our offerings? And my wife works in public involvement stuff, and there was a book on the floor upstairs about the IAP2 participation, public participation framework. And it has, you can do just like a Google image search for IAP2, and you'll find all kinds of cool stuff that helps kind of restructure your brain about the different levels, going from informing the public to consulting, involving, collaborating, and then empowering. And it's this spectrum of how involved the public is in decisions that agencies are making. And then there are some fun ones that actually flip it and say, what if the community were the decision makers? And you start backwards. You start with them empowered, where the public will identify what is important for our community and take action to implement change where necessary. And we will collaborate with government to see that happen. And so there are some interesting questions in here that, as I think about where this conversation might go, I feel like we have to be talking about not only what does environmental justice look like, but what does public involvement look like itself and its structure, and are we empowering people? Are there any other? I think, Liz, you're right. The IM team just needs to start talking, but I'm looking for more grist for the mill as to where we can take the conversation next and what kind of inputs we should be looking for and that kind of thing.
One thing that I I don't know that I addressed as clearly as I think this issue of, and Laura Hansis brought it up earlier, there just isn't, there aren't big picture cleanup issue spaces for the public to engage in right now. And it doesn't sound like it's on the agenda for the agencies. We have the Let's Talk About Hanford series, which is great, but it's more of a, a passive engagement where you're listening to people and you can ask questions through the chat function, but it's not the kind of engagement you get when you do a road tour, you go talk to people in person. And I really feel like we need to get back to that. A big worry I have is that the HAB just becomes the default public involvement mechanism for the agencies, and those regional public meetings just disappear. And I think they are really important, and I think they could be improved by increasing the location and number of those meetings and collaborating with community groups to pull them off. So you're not just showing up to a community and hoping that the groups there help to get the word out about it, but you're collaborating with and building relationships over time. And I think that kind of over time relationship building with community groups and leaders can actually create that community that then feeds your boards, feeds your comment periods, and helps connect people so that there is that sense of broader and more diverse input into the cleanup decisions. But we're really missing that right now. I mean, even the basic, three city tour we used to have in Seattle, Portland, and Hood River is gone. Even in the Tri-Cities, there aren't in-person meetings. And I know that's a large part because of COVID, but I just hope we don't lose sight of that. And that might be a place that the issue managers could talk about, here are some communities that would really benefit from actually taking the time to go visit. And I know Matta was on the list, but just a place to start.
Thanks.
Steve Anderson.
Kind of along those same lines, Liz, maybe, Jeff, we should consider what are the next steps coming out of COVID that we should be ready to kind of accelerate toward, so that we've got some bit of a plan, because clearly the impacts of COVID have been dramatic in just connecting to people, period. So as people are able to come together face to face, where do we feel that the hot spots should be that we go ahead and, like you're saying, let's put together back the meeting forums, or maybe we get up to Mattawa or do some things, but maybe just understanding for each other what we want to do and how we plan to do that. I do think that we are going to see a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel come the end of spring, and definitely by the summer. But now's the time to be ready to put some actions into place so that we're not just babbling in the wind.
I agree, Steve. I agree, 100%. Yeah. Well, we talked at the last meeting when we were talking about what is the future of meetings. Like, do we need to do a literal welcome back to Hanford type of meeting, where we get people to come back to a shared space and catch everyone up on what we all missed in these 2 years of being two-dimensional.
Jeff,
I think that's absolutely right. Yes.
Jeff, I suggest you wrap this up, and I have an announcement before we break.
All right. Well, thank you everyone for engaging in this with me and us and helping us figure out where to go next. Jerry, I see you put in chat. Do you want to speak up as well before we give it back to Ruth and go to lunch? Or is that? Okay. Jerry says he's all right. All right, Ruth, what do you have for us?
This is a sharp left turn, but I care about your safety. As I told you, we get unusual emails and texts during meetings. There apparently is an active shooter near the Fred Meyer in Richland. So if you were planning on going to the grocery store at lunch, you might want to go somewhere else. There was a HAB member inside the store at the time of the incident, and they are safe. But it's a tough morning for some folks in Richland. So avoid the Fred Meyer for now. I've never had to say that in a meeting before. How about we take lunch? When we come back at 1:15, we're going to talk about some TPA milestone changes. with ecology. John Price will be with us. This is sort of information in two parts. We're going to talk about the public involvement communications component of these changes today. And RAP, the River and Plateau Committee, is going to talk about more of the substance of those changes tomorrow. So it's kind of a topic in two parts. And with that, take a deep breath, stay safe, and we will see you at 1:15. Okay, we got Dan, Jeff.
Hi, Ruth, this is Stan.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure everyone was aware of the incident that was going on at the Fred Meyer there in Richland. So just be aware of the event, and you know, I guess there's additional information in the news. So
yeah, that one has had people's phones and other things blowing up all morning. So Jeff, do you want to do the intro here, or do you want me to?
Go ahead. Welcome back, everybody. Keep on moving.
All right. So for those, let's see. Okay. Public service announcements. 1, we record all of our HAB committee meetings, so this meeting is being recorded. 2, if you've just joined us, please type your name and affiliation in the chat, because that's kind of how we do our sign-in sheets. So we're FACA compliant. That's Federal Advisory Committee Act compliant. What we're going to do now, John Price is here from Washington State Department of Ecology. This is kind of a two-part topic. John's going to help us understand some of the milestone changes that are coming up. The focus here is sort of the communications, public involvement piece of this. Tomorrow, the RAP is going to see the same presentation because we're recording this, and they're going to talk more about the content and the substance of the changes. So put on your public involvement communications hat for today, and the guts of the issue we will talk tomorrow. I hope that isn't too confusing. And with that, I'm going to let John talk.
Yeah, thanks. I'm John Price, the Tri-Party Agreement Section Manager for the Department of Ecology. I'm giving this presentation rather than DOE because they take a couple of weeks to turn around presentations. So normally they'd be providing a presentation, and Ecology and EPA would be providing a regulatory perspective, but because this topic is kind of so fresh, I got volunteered to do the presentation. So that's why you're hearing from me first rather than DOE. So go ahead and go to the next slide, which is an outline of the presentation. So as far as the agenda, I'm going to give you a background of the milestone changes. I'm going to talk about planned changes to 14 existing milestones that have been suspended. So those are milestones that are already in the tri-party agreement. Talk about some new milestones that the tri-parties have negotiated for federal fiscal years 2023 through 2025, and then talk about public education and outreach on those milestones. So the public involvement part for the PIC committee is in the agenda here. So go ahead and go to the next slide. So backgrounds, and some people in this meeting may remember this. Back in May of 2016, the tri-parties signed changes to 36 milestones in the DOE Richland office, so not any Office of River Protection milestones. And those milestones included what are designated M15, which are milestones for investigating, that's sampling and reporting on contaminated soil and groundwater to propose cleanup plans. M16 milestones, which are milestones to carry out the approved cleanup plans that come out of the M15 milestones. M85 milestones, which are milestones to investigate and clean up the canyon buildings like the Purex plant, the B plant, and the redox plant. And there's a couple other minor milestone changes that we made agreed to back then also. So notably, those changes back in May of 2016 included extensions or delays of 10 years to finish the investigations and then 18 years to finish the cleanup of the non-tank farm, non-canyon areas. Those changes were negotiated based on a DOE Richland budget of about $1 billion per year, and I've given you a link there where you can read where that number comes from. And subsequently, in federal fiscal years 2017 through 2019, the congressional appropriations were too low to keep those milestones that we had just negotiated on schedule. So ever since then, the tri-party has been trying to figure out what to do with the milestones that weren't fully funded through the congressional appropriations. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So we've done a couple different things to try and deal with those lack of appropriations. So best Hanford acronym ever, I think, RASCL, which is the Representative Analogous Sites Coordinating Agency Liaison. So Craig and Mike Klein and I can be referred to as RASCL. So our team was formed to meet several objectives following up on those appropriations that were less than necessary. One was try and implement early remedial action. So hop, skip, and jump over the investigations and get to clean up, accelerate those cleanup decisions. We wanted to make sure that we made consistent decisions. So if we had similar waste sites in different operable units, we wanted to make similar decisions. We wanted to try and reduce the characterization pre-cleanup decision, and that supports getting those early remedial actions. And then because we reduce that pre-ROD characterization, do more focused sampling after the decisions. And there's another link that you can read. And Ruth, I'm assuming you'll post this presentation so people can check out these links if they want to. So by June of 2020, the tri-parties at the negotiating level had reached consensus on an approach we wanted to follow through on. Excuse me. However, DOE anticipated that its future funding would not support that approach. So we decided to circle back again. The tri-parties then suspended 14 existing milestones that either had been missed or were to be missed because of appropriations. And we suspended those milestones so we could take time to look for another approach. And I've given you two links at the bottom of the page that go to the decisions of the Interagency Agreement Management Integration Team, who has the authority to suspend the milestones. Go ahead and go to the next slide if you would. So that's the background. So EPA and Ecology have now asked DOE Richland for a plan that shows how key factors will be addressed over the next couple of decades. One of the things we've looked at is, will DOE be doing enough soil cleanup to generate the contaminated soil that's needed to mix in with the contaminated debris that DOE generates from knocking down buildings. Those have to be balanced because in the ERDF landfill, it can't just be disposal of contaminated rubble, because then there's voids and things that you don't want in a landfill. So there has to be soil to mix in with those. We anticipate, second indented bullet, we anticipate that DOE will be generating more transuranic waste from digging up contaminated soil and knocking down buildings. And we asked whether DOE's schedule for shipping that newly generated transuranic waste would be synchronized with DOE shipping the true waste that they already have stored in the central waste complex. Third indented bullet, still on the issue of transuranic or true waste. Does DOE's schedule for shipping true waste to the waste isolation plant synchronize with the announced closing date of WIP of 2050? And then always, very importantly, does DOE's planned cleanup account for workforce availability? So different kind of work at Hanford requires different labor categories, and DOE has to consider balancing out those labor categories. DOE's pretty new contractor, the Central Plateau Cleanup Company, or CCPCO, proposed to use a decision logic tool to address those questions. That decision tool is being put together and run right now. We anticipate DOE will have results from that decision tool late in calendar year 2022 to answer our 4 indented bullets plus some other questions and try and optimize the cleanup for DOE purposes. So the tri-parties will leave those 14 existing milestones suspended until the decision logic tool is reported back in, again, late calendar year 2022. Go ahead and go to the next slide. I lost my slide there, Ryan.
Oh, Ruth, I think you're sharing your screen. I'll try and reshare mine real fast, John.
Okay. Okay, so this slide presents some publicly available information. I am not an expert on this. Maybe DOE will ask questions. Maybe they'll present on it later. DOE headquarters has come up with what they call an end state contracting model, and I've given you a link to read about it on this slide. They released that end state contracting model in 2018. The current Hanford Central Plateau cleanup contracts uses that end state contracting model. And again, this is publicly available information. DOE will issue task orders for discrete scopes of work for site closure or what they call end states. DOE and the CCPCO company are negotiating task orders for the next 3 federal fiscal years. That's 2023 through 2025. And a reminder, the federal fiscal year runs from October 1 through September 30th. So we are already partway through federal fiscal year 2023. Because of the use of this end states model, DOE asked EPA and Ecology to negotiate new milestones for that period to support DOE's task orders to CCPCO, and the tri-parties have conceptual agreement on 13 new milestones. These are brand new, not changes, but 13 new milestones for federal fiscal years 23 through 25. Go ahead and go to the next slide. Okay, so this is sort of a regulatory perspective, which I've mixed in. So while negotiating the milestones for the 3 federal fiscal years, which I mentioned on the prior slide, as I mentioned previously, we suspended 14 existing TPA milestones, which were missed due to the congressional appropriations in the past several federal fiscal years. They were missed either due to the congressional appropriations or to DOE's anticipated funding levels in future years. We think we're close to an adjustment for those 14 milestones, and I expect that public information and public participation on those milestones will occur in the next couple of months. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So this is kind of a summary and also talking about public involvement and outreach. A lot of milestones involved here. So we've suspended 14 existing milestones. That's the first major bullet. Recapping, we expect to propose new dates for those milestones in late calendar year 2022 once CCPCO runs their decision logic tools and reports out on those. We expect those proposed dates for the existing milestones, the changes to those existing milestones will be subject to public comment and a public meeting. So that's where the public involvement committee comes in. Second major bullet, the tri-parties believe we have conceptual agreement on 13 new milestones for the period fiscal year 2023 through fiscal year 2025. Sorry, that's a mistake there. That should be 2025, not 2024. Recapping again, those milestones in the next 3 fiscal years, including the one we're in, support DOE's end state contracting model. Some of them also support the RASCL objectives that you saw on an earlier slide, including identifying early remedial actions and getting cleanup decisions in place for those early remedial actions. Ecology and EPA expect that DOE will provide some future presentations to the Hanford Advisory Board and information to the public, things like fact sheets to explain the benefits of these new milestones. So we're not thinking there will be a public comment period on these brand new milestones, but we do expect there to be some kind of outreach and public information. And I think that's my last slide. Is that it, Ryan? Am I down to the question slide? Okay. So I'll pause there, and Ruth, I don't want to steal your thunder, but it may be that Craig Cameron at least wants to provide an EPA perspective.
Then let's kick it to Craig.
Howdy. So yeah, I guess one thing I'd like to say is when John was mentioning that the 13 milestones are new, in essence, some of them cover pre-existing scope. Some things were already had been supplied as drafts, and so certain milestones had been met, but then work had basically stalled. Like, for example, the WA1 characterization work had stalled, and so we had always planned to update that with, the addition of the PFP related sites once PFP was taken care of, and now that we're laser focusing our pre-ROD characterization, there's some changes to the SAPs for these different documents. And then I think, there were some other things that have been sidelined, like the pipelines, infrastructure, IS1 OU that we have a milestone to get that going once, the 200 EA1, the East Area waste sites work plan gets revised and going. So yeah, WA1 is West Area. Thanks, John. So there's a number of those things, and then also, kind of a recommitment we got from DOE to do the lab studies, and potentially, if we come up with something, a field study for deep vadostone technologies. Gee, I think he covered most everything.
Right. Gary, is there anybody here from DOE who wants to offer a quick perspective? I know we were trying to share the information without having to go through the challenges of getting a presentation approved through the DOE stuff.
Yes, Ruth, we don't have anybody available today, but we do have somebody who will be able to speak about this during tomorrow's wrap.
Okay. So reminding people, this is kind of a two-part conversation. With that, I'm going to kick it to Jeff. I don't have anybody in queue, but that doesn't mean that won't change.
Great. So what I understand the ask for today is how to think about the public involvement aspect of what you just rolled out for us, which is fairly complicated. And what I understand is that maybe for those 14 milestones, there will be some sort of public notice and comment opportunity. For the 13 new ones, I'm not really sure, but it sounds like you want to kind of roll it into a story. Is that a fair way to put it, where like there's a lot happening all at once and you're looking for a way to just make it clear what the big change is, the big picture?
Yeah, I agree with how you portrayed that, Jeff. So we are thinking there will be public comment and a public meeting on the 14 existing milestones that have been suspended. On the 13 new milestones, we're thinking the tri-parties will just put out a fact sheet, probably not take public comment on them, but we're looking for help on rolling out this story.
And what's the time frame we're talking? Like, are we talking about a 5-year vision here, a 10-year, a 15-year? How do we fold it into these visioning exercises that are happening around the site?
Yeah, that's a good question. So the new milestones for the next 3 fiscal years, I think that fits into the 5-year vision. I think the 14 suspended milestones probably fit into the next 10 years plus.
Okay. Huh. Well, as others want to chime in, feel free. Yeah, just some early thoughts here. Milestones are a metaphor for progress along a linear path. And what I gathered from the story I just heard is we had a path, and then we found out we ran out of gas, or we weren't going to have enough gas to get there in the time we needed, and so we're taking a diverging path. And I guess as a passenger in that vehicle, what I would want to know is how will the progress be any different 15 years from now, of path A versus path B? I need a way to compare side by side what's being lost and what's being gained by all the changes. Because it sounds like there's a recognition that we're losing some progress in some ways, but you've tried to find some ways to make up for that, to move some things forward, to skip some steps, to get to action faster, that there are some ways where you're trying to make some tangible trade-offs here.
Yeah. This is Craig. I guess I'd say we're not really skipping steps. We're just trying to be a little bit smarter about some of it when it comes to the rascal stuff, so that we can get out in the field instead of spending many, many years characterizing everything under the sun, when there's a lot of information that tells us that a lot of these waste sites are very similar and can be, fit under waste sites that we thoroughly characterize up front. That we can get out in the field and make some progress and maybe win over some funding that way. But, one of the things is this tool that John mentioned. It will likely make the allocation and planning a lot smarter and have more information go into the milestones, but without getting a change in the level of funding versus this bow wave. I don't know if you've seen the life cycle baseline, but it just keeps getting bigger and bigger bow wave, and without changing that dynamic, you're right, things are going to extend out unless that dynamic gets changed.
Right. It's kind of the cost of not doing business. I think that story, the story of the bow wave and how we're all trying to adjust to make progress in spite of it, is the story that's being told here. And I think about the public discussion that we had earlier today about someone calling in and saying, hey, I just want to know where we're at and where we're going, that we're losing touch with where we are, where we're going, and that it's connected to the budget conversations. It's connected to the cleanup priorities. And it seems appropriate that if the underlying cause of this change is trying to adjust to financial realities, it's not like we're trying to do different things. We're just trying to get there in a different way. That seems like that's part of the where are we and where are we going story that you can fold in.
Yeah, I think that's been our focus for a long time, as we've always said we won't short the level of cleanup that we think is right. It just may take longer. I think we've said that for most of my career here. So,
yeah, I will say I think there still is confusion between the end state model and the end state of the site. I think that figuring out how what you're talking about here fits into those concepts is really important part of the story to make sure that everyone understands, especially when you have the inner area principles that has now been codified into the TPA, that it's kind of setting the direction on where these actions, how these actions define success on a technical level. You have this new end state contracting model that, as far as I understand it, is just like little bites of scope. But yet those bites of scope have milestones that are planned out in advance. And so it's like little bites, but little bites that are planned out. So they're not reactive in a way, or like opportunistic, I guess. And just, yeah, there's a lot to sift through of where are we going. I think visuals are going to be a really important part here. We're considering a diverging path. And what does that look like as we take it? And what does that look like at the end? How do you visualize the different concepts of end state? And that's enough of my opinions. I want to hear what other people have to say.
Tom Galeotto.
Thanks, Ruth. First, John and Craig, I apologize. I came in a little late to your presentation, but I did, I think, catch most of John's last slides. The question on end state is an interesting one, in that the BCC has requested numerous times for a presentation through DOE on the status of the in-state contracting model and how it's going now that DOE has some experience in applying it, at least at Hanford, as well as other places. In the slides that I saw there, John, it sounds like DOE has involved EPA and ecology into either developing or reviewing additional milestones that would be used for in-state, the IDIQ model, if you will. Is that right? Is that where they're going? They've suggested some of these 13 to you, the new ones, and you are in the process, I guess, of looking at those 13 to see if you agree with those as additional scope.
Yeah, that's close. The tri-parties are in agreement on those 13 new milestones, and the way we negotiated that is, DOE, Ecology, and EPA all brought to the table some things we'd like to see done in the next 3 years, and then we negotiated until we had basically a set that all three parties agreed to. And then I believe DOE is going to turn around and negotiate task orders for those with CCPCO. I certainly hope DOE comes and explains the state contracting model soon, as you've suggested, and I hope they'll also come and explain their decision logic tool, because I don't think either of those things are something that Craig and I can go into in detail.
Okay, so the previous and still, I think, the standard understanding for the IDIQ model for DOE is that the contractor is already tied under contract to meet the current TPA milestones, and if and when they see an opportunity to accelerate milestones or to at least perform additional work related to cleanup, they would suggest that the contractor would suggest under task order that they could do that, and DOE and presumably the other TPA agencies will agree to add that to the scope. Is that the way it's going? Is the contractor identifying these additional milestones to be met?
Well, I don't know. We haven't talked to the contractor directly. I presume DOE was in conversation with the contractor. I wouldn't say the contractor is suggesting additional work, because you heard me say that 14 existing milestones have been suspended. So I think there's a trade-off. There's some existing work already in TPA milestones that's not going to be done, and then there's some new work that is going to be done. And as Craig said, some of that new work accomplishes part of the existing milestone. So it's a bit of a complicated story, but I think it's a trade-off is a better way to say it, rather than an acceleration.
I think the biggest role that the contractor had was in identifying the near-term building D&D that they want to have happen, that have been included in the near-term milestones.
Okay. Okay, it sounds like the original objective from headquarters on the IDIQ process, to my understanding at least, is somewhat different than the approach that's currently being used. And it would be very helpful to have more information from DOE on this whole process. But I appreciate the answers, guys. Thanks a lot.
Other questions or comments? Anyone?
I think the real question here is, how do you get the word out? How do you explain what this is and what's changing? And my thought is, we do have some vehicles that are out there. That do we need to make a new vehicle, or do we just need to put this story into an existing one and make it, I think part of the problem maybe that we have is we keep making these new vehicles, and they go for a time or two, and then they kind of run out of stuff to keep them interesting. And these are the kinds of things that people need to know. And whatever people's way they access what's going on at Hanford, what's the Hanford story, find a way to package this and hang it as part of the here's what's going on now of the story. And I know that there are a lot of pieces to that story right now, because there are the holistic negotiations on the tank side. And then there's this, which is, hey, let's not forget about the rest of the site. And yeah, venue is one thing, but how you package it to be presented and accessible in different venues is, I think, another piece. Liz, I see you've become visible. You want to talk to?
I did. I was just going to say, I do think, I will just say, I think, John, that you're a great presenter. I think the way you present information is very accessible. I still think we just have an issue of like being, that we're really only talking to the public when there's a requirement. There's some exceptions to that, but it feels like it gets, I mean, I can just remember some of the budget workshops in the past that generated a lot of great new insights from people who've been doing this work for a long time that required us to be in person, or required like interactive displays. Like, do you remember when we had the big, what are they called? They're hard, the big poster boards.
C3, like the C3T effort. Were you around back then? We had big posters for that.
I can't remember.
What do you call those things? The trifolds. Yeah.
Yeah, or just things where like people can go up and put sticky notes on, and there's just like an interactive component because there's so many numbers and letters, and you just get lost in this alphabet soup so quickly. I really don't know how you do this virtually. Which is complicated.
Yeah, it's a complicated story, but it's a big deal. I mean, 36 milestones negotiated in 2016, 14 milestones suspended, 13 new milestones. That's a lot of milestones. It seems like an important story, but it's really hard to tell.
What about, have you looked at animated videos? Like making a little animated video that's like, here's the updated timeline, or like maybe it's like the knowns and the unknowns and the, I don't know, just so you can kind of see it in animation form might be helpful. I don't know.
Well, I think when the modeling tool that John mentioned gets rolled out more officially with some results, I think that would be a good time to have something like that where people can look at the inputs that went in and how they all fit together, and provide some input on what because at some point those will, like John said, that will come out for public comment for those dates, and we'll have a lot of explanation about what went into the proposed dates, but we'll still need to hear from others to know what their priorities are if they're different. So.
And I think it would be good for DOE to do some preparation for public involvement. I think it's better if DOE explains their end state contracting model and what the benefits are, and what that's going to mean to the timelines. And DOE should explain what their decision logic modeling is and how that's going to, have benefits, and when the public will know about it. Because neither Craig nor I can really talk to those, and those are at the root of the changes we're talking about.
I think about the system plan as maybe a corollary to in concept. Is the idea that this decision support model is going to have kind of alternate paths and be able to calculate outcomes so that you could actually, we looked at these alternative paths and we are picking the optimal one. Look, the model says so, kind of thing.
I'm envisioning that's what it's going to be like, and it would be good to hear DOE tell that story and talk about the options.
Got a question from Rob.
Yeah. Hello. Good presentation. It kind of seems, and I'll just give a reflection of what we had done years ago, is that a lot of the original milestones in the late 90s were created based and modified and generated in that according to what we thought would be the critical path to the final cleanup of the site of Hanford. Okay, that's our goal, is to clean that up. So how are these modifications related to the critical path? Are we so deviated from our critical path and subdivided into so many different things that we don't have the critical path now for the site? Because you look at that life stuff, the end of life, the budget, anyway, the forecast for the entire project. You look at that, is that it's a nearly a logarithmic, or if you want to call it exponential scale, going up in budget. For every year we delay finishing our critical paths is multiples of billions of dollars. And so I think I really think we've deviated from critical path, and that we're kind of lost, I think, because, and it used to be too that when we felt that critical path needed to be supported, we would not hesitate to go to DOE in headquarters and say that honestly, we need more. We need to do this. We need to do that. And I think we got a lot done at the beginning, but right now we're stalling out. Every meeting that we miss is important. Thank you.
Richard.
Yeah, and this is Craig. I was just going to say I think part of that touches on the fact that when the change package goes out to the public, it's probably going to be the changes are going to be needing the director of ecology and the regional administrator and fairly high up at DOE to sign those, because it could be that the major milestones are affected. So your point is well taken.
Hey, but Rob, I guess I don't believe there is a critical path. I mean, I think if you look back, and let's look back at the various paths we've gone down. We had the river corridor as a critical path. We had shrinking the area down to the central plateau as being a critical path, that a goal. And once you get on the plateau, it's obvious that the 5 zillion gallon issue is tank farms, but there's all sorts of other things running around. And a lot of these milestones, especially when you talk about dirt, moving dirt, clean up of those sites, that's not tank farms. I mean, that's not so much focused on tank farms. That's focused on the other paths around the site. And so I don't think, the real key comes down to is what is the current visionary path. This is I think Jeff had mentioned, these visions, and it is how they, the milestone should be focused on what's the current vision we see as a interim step along that overall path. So anyway.
Well, I'd like to just finish by pointing out that I do believe, because this is talking 60, 80, 90 years in advance, that us not sticking to a critical path for that 60, 90 years is what's hurting us. And that there is a critical path there. And I think that we can all see it right in front of us. That critical path is a high level waste that's in those tanks to get it out of the site, to isolate it, and put it in a geologic disposal or form. That's what Congress said. That's what we're commissioned to do. That's the end thing. Okay, is high-level waste vitrification and geologic disposal. Waste isolation plant. That's what WTP is. And you have to finish it to get to the end. And that is critical path. And every year that we delay that is oodles of dollars in the future. And maybe that's pretty simplistic, Richard, and I understand River Plateau and other activities. But again, it's the highest risk.
Well, I mean, I grant you, well, I'm not certain that it prior to PFP being demolished, it probably now becomes the highest risk. PFP fire was one hell of a risk that was sitting out there. Just from reality, it was the riskiest thing we had out on site. So we have significantly reduced the off-site risk by demolishing PFP, and that was a critical path that DOE went down. But it's just one of many critical paths out there. So I don't, you know, the Purex tunnels, the collapsing cribs, these are things that will interrupt your critical path somewhat. But you know, I agree, tank farms getting vitrification running, getting it consistently running, addressing that issue is a critical path. But I think there are a lot of parallel paths that have to be followed. So.
Hey, Ruth, I'll jump in there. Yeah. So, you know, this presentation was about DOE Richland work, not really the ORP work and not the tanks. So I did want to highlight, you know, one aspect of the critical path for DOE Richland, which was actually in the presentation, and that is transuranic waste. So to get all of Hanford's transuranic waste into the WIP plant by 2050, DOE has to finish the work that will generate the transuranic waste. And so that's cleaning out the Purex plant, cleaning out the B plant, cleaning out the redox plant, shipping 10,000 containers that are in the central waste complex today, digging up the burial grounds that have another 12,000 containers in them, digging up the Purex cribs, which have an existing record of decision. Those are going to end up being transuranic waste. Any other soil that's going to be dug up that's going to be transuranic waste. All that preparatory work has to be finished to stage that waste and get it shipped to WIP by 2050. So that is part of the critical path to finishing the DOE Richland work. So I did want to emphasize that. Thanks, Ruth.
Final question for any of the agencies. Know that this is gonna, we're recording this now. We'll show it tomorrow at WRAP. I'm anticipating there will be different types of questions at WRAP. We couldn't snag John Price 2 days in a row, which is why we're doing a recording. So part 2 tomorrow.
Thanks for coming. Thank you for.
Thank you. Thanks, John.
Giving us the information. And
yeah, thanks for the opportunity. Bye.
Bye. I feel like there needs to be like a wall in the Tri-Cities that you can just go up to and it'll show you the critical path, like a game board or a giant spider web. And as they propose to change like a portion of it, you can see the like A/B of it all. I don't know. Like what each node is going to cost and when it's going to be done. I don't know. I just try to think of what are ways we can visualize this. Is it a spider web? Is it a path? What are the metaphors that allow us to see the whole thing? I don't know if there is one. This is so complex.
It's a random walk. It's a penny walk.
Yeah.
Oh. Next up, we have Tom Galeotto and draft advice on cleanup priorities. It's in its beginning stages of the work of the IM team, the issue manager team. Tom, do you want me to show the current version of the draft advice, or do you just want to speak sort of in general about what's going on?
I would like to have you show draft number 2, or either I share it or you share it. That'd be great, Bruce, because
Yeah.
I will need to go through portions of that.
So this is the one dated the 3rd of February?
Yes.
Okay.
So we only have 30 minutes for this discussion, so I'd like to jump right into it. The purpose of this discussion in each of the committee meetings this week is to give the committee members, each of the committee members, a feel for the current state of the draft of cleanup priorities for fiscal 2024, and I'll talk about that in a minute. And to gather your input. If you have other items or other activities that you'd like to see addressed, other than what's in this current draft, we will certainly want to consider that in the IM team. The current plan is to gather information, input from all of the 4 committees this week, to put them into the next draft of this advice and have that draft discussed in detail by the IM team. After which, unless there's major questions or differences, after which we'll have to go back to the BCC, who are the sponsoring committee folks, to agree and approve that final draft before it goes to Ruth and Josh to get out for the HAB meeting in March 23rd, which has to be done to Ruth by March 7th or so. So we have a little bit of time yet, but we're trying to gather this information up front early, and we'll go from there. So what I'd like to do briefly, not going through this front 2 pages of letter text in background so much, but before you go on, Ruth, I will want to hit a couple of the points there so you understand how this was developed. If you can go back to the first page just quickly. Okay, thank you. There are 12 people on the issue manager team right now. We have a great team working on this, and we look forward to wrapping it up in a timely fashion. The references show the 3 basic inputs that we are using. The consensus advice from last year, which DOE has expressed their acceptance, if you will, of the format of presenting it the way we did that last year. We're trying to do the same thing this year. Number 2, the updated 5-year plan. Actually, we only have seen the draft Rev 3, which we talked about in the public meeting on October 20th with DOE. We used that as an input. And finally, we used input from comments from that October 20th meeting. It's public comments. We documented those in a letter and sent to the heads of the TPA agencies. So those are the raw inputs that we used to develop this year's plan. So if you go down a little, Ruth, to the next page, actually, the beginning of the next page, yeah. The format, as I said, was the same as we used last year, or it currently is the same, in which we followed the layout that DOE has presented in the 5-year plan, which has 3 categories, the bulletized categories in front of you: tank waste cleanup, central plateau cleanup, and river corridor cleanup. And we added the 4th one. Last year we called it cross-cutting activities. This year we we're feeling that a better terminology for those activities is more indirect / supporting activities. So again, we have four categories of cleanup priorities that we are assessing and documenting for DOE in this version. The 2 paragraphs that you see there, critical and important, are in fact identical to what we used last year. This was our approach to prioritize, as DOE has wanted us to do, making a distinction between all of the activities, usually 20 or so activities that we identify, and choosing those that are absolutely necessary, which we're calling critical. So we have a split between critical and important in the identification of these items. The next paragraph you see starts with during the board's October 20th, Ruth, if you could, yeah, there, that one. That is a little different this year. There was a question asked. We asked the question actually, and Liz passed the question on to Brian Vance for us at that October 20th meeting. Would it make more sense to address our cleanup priorities, covering the broad range of the 5-year plan as opposed to the formulation year for budget? In this case, it's fiscal 2024. The IM team talked about this in some length in our first meeting. We looked at these three, we put together these 3 sub-bullets that you see as to why we think we should still focus on the formulation year budget criteria. That's fiscal 2024, as opposed to saying these items are to be completed between fiscal 2022 and fiscal 2026. That's and the reasons we gave are in front of you here. The primary reason, the first 2 sub-bullets there, are more explanatory and maybe more in detail. The third one is the main one, I think, in my opinion. The approach, if we went to the broader 5-year plan scope, the approach would seem to lessen the focus on DOE to complete cleanup activities as planned on a fiscal year by fiscal year basis. In other words, it would be easy for us to say we have to transfer all capsules to west of capsules to the final storage pad. Well, right now that's scheduled for 2025. This advice this year, and as well as last year, is wanting to accelerate that to 2024. So you start losing the focus on fiscal year activities if you broaden the scope. So where the IM team is right now is we would prefer to keep it on the 2024 activity basis. That's the bulk of that paragraph. Yeah, feel free to ask questions if you have them as we go here. Yeah, in the advice, there's 3 main sections at the beginning of the text here. The one on the top paragraph, we put our standard, if you will, our standard statement in that says, note that the activities in the 5-year plan identified for completion prior to the year in question, 2024, if they're not listed in this table because they're supposed to be finished. If they're not, then they should be added to the list instead of trying to build those into our list each year. That's an important item, and I think it's recognized by DOE. Second paragraph there is in essence, in summary, a paragraph that says we understand that the infrastructure, critical maintenance and min-safe type terminologies and critical activities in general that are used are necessary to support all cleanup activities have to proceed. So we did not try to distinguish those out as the DOE 5-year plan does in many cases. They put specific bullets in. We didn't do that. We said, if this is a critical infrastructure, min-safe activity, we understand you have to perform that. So we're assuming that you're going to do that in the budget. That turns out to be, you know, I've heard numbers from 1/3 to nearly 1/2 of the cleanup budget each year for DOE, for Hanford DOE, is used for those kinds of activities. So it's significant, and it has a significant impact on what we can accomplish for cleanup itself. But it is important. The third paragraph there on the screen says, and I want to stress it again, not only are we sending this to Brian Vance for DOE representation, but also to Ecology and EPA. And we really encourage those organizations to also respond to these activities as to whether they support them or whether they don't support them for cleanup priorities. So I wanted to highlight that and hopefully encourage all of the TPA agencies to respond on an item-by-item basis, as opposed to a generic, yes, we tend to agree with your comments. That's not helpful. Okay, now here's the gist of where we want to get into it, particularly on this first category on tank waste cleanup, which is, I take it back. I've laid them out that way, as I mentioned, in the 4 categories the IM team has. The first items are for tank waste, and I'll go over those fairly quickly, but they're important items for all of us, not just for the PIC item. The PIC items mainly show up in the 4th category. So this one, DF Law has critical priority as it has for some time. The evaporator, we've reworded, the IM team has reworded this. In fact, they've reworded every one of these pretty much to basically say on the evaporator, resume full capacity of the evaporator, because that assumes that it's back in service and it's gone through several startup phases to reach full capacity. So we're saying now that that's the case before 2024, we want you to be at full capacity in 2024. That's the way this is set up. The tank leak detection, characterization, mitigation, cleanup, and communication. It's worth reading that through. A complete plan to address the process to be followed when or if the single shell tanks leak in the future. We have a note on this for the IM team version. I guess it's shown to the side, Ruth. How can we show those notes to the side on the right? Yeah, there you go. They're not tied to a particular thing, but I think that we want to make sure on the second one, assure consistency with the separate tank waste advice that's being proposed now and to be reviewed by the HAB in March. So we may modify those words based on what comes out of that discussion in March, along with the ultimate approval of this advice in March, so that we can make those consistent. But those are where we are. Okay, the next few for the tank waste there, a leaking single shell tank closure. Again, the IM team felt it's important to initiate the retrieval activities for those known to be leaking. Single shell tank closures, complete review, retrieval as planned in the 5-year plan. And I think the wording here is consistent with the 5-year plan. We don't want to lose sight, as Rob has mentioned a couple times today, of the WTP activities for the high-level waste reprocessing. We want to make sure that those, even though they're not envisioned to occur or to be operable until 2035 or 2036 period of time, we want to make sure that we're on track to meet or beat those dates. East-west transfer line was important. These are important items, not critical in our opinion. Tank vapors has the note that says we want to check with Becky and the HSEP committee. And I know Richard is on this call too. Maybe he can represent that committee to answer this question. Is this item necessary? Last year it was, and it was issued that way. This year we haven't heard anything about tank vapors. And we're wondering if that problem has, if not resolved, at least is under control. And if so, we'll take that item out. That was the gist of the comment on to the right. And finally, if there's no comment there, finally, the additional tank storage. It's a sensitive item for DOE. DOE does not want to attack this item. They have expressed their opinion to want to focus the cleanup money on cleanup activities and not on building new tanks, if you will, for additional storage capacity. But we feel, again, and we stress, that we think it's prudent to complete the design and permitting activities of an additional tank storage so that, in fact, if it is necessary on an emergency basis, it can be accommodated much quicker. So that item is still there. The wording is a little different from last year, but it's about the same. Central waste, central plateau cleanup. The WESF item is critical to get that transfer going. And as I mentioned earlier, we'd like to see it complete the physical transfer by 2024. The pump and treat is an ongoing, continuing, important, or actually critical item in the IM team's opinion, to continue to perform and to operate that equipment, and also to expand it to however it's appropriate to address deep beta zone contamination. Central Waste Complex was mentioned earlier today, just the last presentation, I think. we want to make sure that that continues because of the critical nature of packaging and testing and qualifying that waste for shipment offsite. And ERDA support is, I think I'm correct in saying this was a new one. Conduct sufficient soil remediation such that clean fill is not required to support the ERDA operation. And we noted here that this item could be either in Central Plateau or in river corridor areas, because it's kind of a crossover item potentially, but we've shown it currently in Central Plateau. And there are several important items. And I'm going to have to think about the RAWP acronym. I've listed it after the table, but I can't recall what it is. Begin those activities. In fact, if you can move down to the end of the table real quick, Ruth, let's pick that up on the acronyms. Right there. Yeah, okay, remedial action work plan. Yes, sorry. I was unfamiliar with that when it first came up. So if we can go back for a second, at the end of those items, yeah. Yeah, that was an item that was mentioned, and frankly I'm not too familiar with it. Some of the other IM team members were, and that's why it's in there. T and B plants begin removal actions as planned. That would, in essence, that's saying as per the 5-year plan, even though it doesn't say that. True waste we talked about a bit earlier from the Central Waste Complex, but it's complete a detailed engineering assessment and schedule a public review of the shipments off of the Hanford site. We don't know exactly when. We're not familiar, at least, with exactly when and where those are now to occur, based on the various schedule changes and some of the impacts potentially of other acceptable waste sites that they may go to. Okay, Ruth, we moved on a bit. Okay, the last one on Central Plateau is the waste characterization, and we associate that with TPA Milestone 015, and I think that's probably about the same wording as we used last year, as I recall. River Corridor 324 building is front and center on that. It's a critical item, and we want to see funding accelerated, activities for cleanup actually accelerated and completed ahead of the schedule from the 5-year plan if we can. Groundwater cleanup, same way. We feel that we mentioned the pump and treat here again, which is another kind of crossover item between the two, this category and the previous one in Central Waste. We would like to see that continue. It's critical, and we think it has shown a lot of progress, and we want to make it sure that it continues that way. Two important items there. The 100N rod for completion is identified, and that is also mentioned in the 5-year plan. The 105K West Basin for completion of the demolition of the basin is also mentioned. We want to make sure those things happen. Those are listed as important items. The first two are the key areas for river corridor cleanup. And finally, the indirect and supporting activities. Workforce issues have been highlighted by a number of folks. That's a similar item to last year. The wording is somewhat different. The BCC has been a key focus of workforce concerns. So has the PIC, and it talks about well, the 3 specific items there are: engage the current workforce in Hanford workforce planning and development, identify potential risks for accomplishing the waste processing campaigns so that there's uninterrupted operations, meaning that the workforce should be adequate and also adequately trained in order to accomplish the functions of the cleanup of the site without any perturbations or delays because of shifting manpower or shifting budgets during the year. And finally, C, make tangible investments in the next generation workforce. And a reference back to a previous advice is made there. We have a specific previous advice on workforce collaboration that that we've listed a number of items, specific items to address. Workforce safety, one of the notes on the side again was to talk with Becky and see if what her feeling is from the HSEP position. I think the comment says that safety is part and parcel to everything that DOE does on site, and they stress it, and they are very focused on it, which is appropriate. So the question from the IM team was, should we address this worker safety issue, the ISA-B item, specifically in this table, or should we remove it completely, or should we put some words on safety up above in the paragraph that was addressing infrastructure and MinSafe and critical maintenance activities? So unless Rich can give us a handle on that today, we'll have to try to get with Becky and wrap that question up. And finally, this is more of the items that had been identified last year with some modification by the PIC. Given DOE's commitment to expand diversity and inclusivity, A, fully fund the board to hold, we said 6 full board meetings a year, with one of those being a regional meeting, and a full complement of committee and issue manager meetings as needed. In the past, we have been concerned about running up to the limit of committee meetings, and we've combined committee meetings because of that over the last couple of years. This year has been, the last 2 years have been somewhat different because of COVID, but the full funding of the board is important to us, all of us, and I think it's important to the public, and that therefore makes it important to the overall cleanup of the Hanford mission. B, fund regional public involvement meetings. These are separate from the regional meeting that we would have mentioned in A. C, reinstate the travel reimbursement for board alternates. That's looking doubtful from everything I've heard from DOE and the recent presentations to the EIC and some other committee meetings recently. We put it in because we think it is an important item for public information. And finally, invest in technological improvements for all Hanford, that should say Hanford public meetings. That's not expanded enough. I don't know if you can move that line. Oh, I'm sorry, it's the next page. Yeah, for all Hanford meetings, including board meetings, to allow recordings to be published online. This is now actually being done, I think, Ruth, and if that's the case, we either reword or take that item D out, unless there are specific items that we can refer to that would be advantageous to DOE. I'd be interested in hearing that.
Do you want that now, or do you want that finish going?
We only have 2 other items to go through. Let's finish those, and then we'll take whatever input that you might have. Hanford funding support. This is an item that we mentioned in the, I want to say the October 20th meeting. I think it was the October 20th meeting on the 5-year plan. And we said, because DF law is going to absorb a lot of additional funding for operations, how is that going to impact the rest of cleanup at Hanford? This item, the words, is somewhat wordy, but it's to address that. We're wanting DOE to explain how we're going to handle that, and is there anything that's going to be suffering on the rest of the Hanford cleanup activities because we're now going into operation. And the final one that we said is important is an improve. We suggested this last year. It's a little bit loose, and frankly, I'd be probably inclined to delete it unless there's a lot of support for it. And that is asking DOE to find more efficient, innovative ways to lower the budget that's required for the MinSafe and continuing maintenance activities. Their answer in the past has been the way we do that is to clean up the sites, close them down, and that saves the money from worrying about infrastructure for those sites. And that may very well be the main reason, the main way we can reduce those costs. But I'll turn it over to you now, so we don't have a lot of time. But by the way, if you have more comments, please submit them to Ruth and I, and we'll make sure we get them in after this meeting. So what's your input? What's your thoughts on the layout and the items?
Committee member? Actually, I'm gonna. Okay, I just muted everybody to get rid of that echo. So if you want to speak, let me know and unmute yourself. Anyone? Jeff, are you jumping in?
I suppose I'll come out the gate first while people gather their thoughts. What's on the screen now, the expanded HAB and public involvement, is really the area that is PIC's focus in this, as I see it. And remind me, we're looking a couple years out at this point, right? We're looking at the 24 year. So, okay. Because in my mind, I'm thinking a couple of things. One, what's on the screen here, on the one hand, seems totally unrealistic to ask DOE to support, but on the other hand, what's on the screen here is basically what happened when I started the HAB not even 4 years ago. And just how different things are is really striking. But I also think, like, I know this is too far out, but gosh, wouldn't it be great if we could have some support for a road show to talk about all the changes that are coming even in just the next year with the holistic negotiations and the milestone changes we just heard about, all the 5-year reviews that are seemingly coming up all at the same time. This seems like a great year, this coming year, to be investing in some real public involvement effort out in the world. But that doesn't really apply to 2 years out. The only real thing I see here that's not HAB related is the funding the regional public involvement meetings, which I absolutely think we should keep in. I wonder if there are more things that we ought to be stating as priorities for involving the broader public beyond the board. Not sure I have a specific recommendation there. So I guess I don't have any specific changes that I would recommend, just some live processing. Thanks.
Okay.
Got
Thanks,
Dan Strom, Richard, and Liz in queue. Dan? You there, Dan?
Dan, you're muted. There you go.
Trying. I can't unmute.
I can hear you now. Oh, you muted again.
I don't seem to be able to unmute.
There, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, sorry. I have a question about the Hanford workforce and training. Could you scroll back up a little bit, Ruth? There was, all right, there we go. Workforce issues and worker safety. Boy, I guess my concern is there are people who are trying to engage in training at the CBC, the Columbia Basin College in Pasco. They've recently started a 4-year Bachelor of Applied Science program in health physics, radiation protection. And they also train nuclear operators at CBC. But they're having trouble getting qualified students, and students are having trouble paying for it. So they do have, the program has support from DOE, but how do we motivate people to even get into these programs that are available locally? I mean, the one in radiation protection, if they don't get more students, it's going to be closed. So I guess I just don't know how you do that. So if anybody has any ideas of how we can get people to actually decide they want to be trained to be in the Hanford workforce. I sure would like to know that. Thanks.
Yeah, that's an excellent comment, and I think that from the PIC perspective, that does fall within certainly the interest area for the PIC in terms of how we engage the public to make it desirable for people coming in to the programs to participate in those training activities.
Got Richard and Liz. Richard? Richard? I can see you. I can't hear you. Okay, we're going to jump to Liz and then we'll circle back to Richard. I don't want to leave him out. Liz?
Hi. Excuse me. I'm wondering if there's something we want to put with the expanded public involvement about, I don't know if it makes sense to do it here, if it makes sense to just do its own advice. It may be better to expand it in its own advice around where regional public, like expanding regional public engagement, not just regional public meetings, so that we're looking at, it's not formulaic, but like collaborating with groups in different parts of the Pacific Northwest to do outreach on Hanford cleanup. It seems like that's probably better to explain more in its own piece of advice, but I was just thinking about what Jeff said about this is what we had before, and what we had before was not, had room for improvement. So just thinking about, like, I don't know how to phrase it here. That's a really simple 1-point bullet that will capture what we are trying to convey. It might need to be in its own advice.
Okay. Thank you. That's good suggestion, Ruth. Thank you. I'm sorry. Ruth, your wording is good.
The good idea was Liz's.
Yeah.
Richard, you're back.
I'm back with my herd. The question of I'll start with vapors. Vapors is it comes and it goes. It's never predictable. And while it's, I believe, to say it's under control is in depth, no one knows if it's under control. But the current activities that they have in place definitely should continue. And so I believe that statement is an adequate statement. The question relative to worker safety, I think it's also keyed into training, because whether that's, I think it's the talk about what support is done within Hammer for the various training aspects of worker protection is important to discuss in that. And but let me make a comment relative to the workforce issues. Attracting people to continue to work out on the Hanford site, which is not an easy, having worked out there for 40 years, it's not something that a cushy job that people would want to get into, other than the compensation aspects. But, recently a lot of workforce left over the mandated vaccination aspects out there. And so, or they were let go because they wouldn't become vaccinated. So it's a couple of different aspects in that workforce issues, and maybe it's like what was discussed, is to look at the workforce amenities that DOE provides for the job to make the current workforce more I mean, and when I say workforce and just what we were discussing, when you talk about RCTs that are going to spend probably 3 hours a day just getting dressed and undressed, and maybe 2 hours actually doing any real actual work, it's very I won't say depressing, but it is somewhat demoralizing to consider themselves actually being, productively working. And it's waiting to work that really is stressful on the workers. And being able to allow them to get to work is, an issue that DOE, zero risk puts in this situation where it's mostly wait. And so it's a very stressful job out there, and we have to recognize it. It might not be factored into the maybe spread around by rumor within the community, which keeps people from wanting to, quote, go into that line of work. But
that's a good point. That's a good point, Richard. We might have to put some additional wording into that item.
Okay.
I'll make a note of that.
But, as far as worker safety, I think it's fine for indirect support activities, but also tied to the training, because there's a lot of safety related training that is important. Unfortunately, there's a lot of inappropriate training that's going on out there. Inappropriate meaning unnecessary training that's going on out there, which again adds to the frustration.
Okay.
So
thank you.
All right. I have Jeff and Ginger in queue, and Jeff, we're also now into break time, so I will let you manage it. Jeff?
All right. I did actually have, as I thought about it some more, a specific comment on the public involvement. If you could scroll down just a little bit, please. Oh, too far.
Here we go.
Right there at the end where we say invest in technological improvements, yada, yada, to allow recordings to be published online. That's already happening now, so we can take that out. And maybe what we say instead is to continue to grow the capacity for virtual participation. That's what we're looking at these days in terms of where the technology needs to grow next.
Okay, good. I understand. Good point.
Do we want it specifically to be virtual or just participation? I mean,
how about technology assisted participation? I don't know. Virtual or this is really about the technology piece of it. And to me, that means helping remoteness. But if that means something different to you, Steve, then sure.
No. Yeah, I just was thinking of this, what we're doing now, the virtual.
Mm-hmm.
Very good.
I've got Ginger and Dan Strom. Ginger.
Hi, guys. So couple thoughts. Dan, your comment about CBC is really valid. I think that it is, if it is not yet recognized as a Hispanic serving institution, it probably will soon be recognized as a Hispanic serving institution. And I don't think DOE has made a whole lot of effort to reach into that community. I know some of the contractors do the STEM outreach. Of course, with COVID, that's all changed. But the other thing is, I have a few female friends who are actually radiation control and health physics technicians, and it is a very, very, very toxic work environment for them. And, they stay because the money's really, really good. And in fact, I'm trying to get one to apply for some jobs at Ecology, and they have told me it would be a $20,000 pay cut. And they post their miserable behavior of their coworkers on their Facebook page on a frequent basis. And I think Emmett has kind of alluded to that in the past, that there's not a lot of people of color, but beyond that, when they are there, they are not necessarily treated with the respect and equal welcoming behavior. And it's not a management problem. I'm not saying it's a management problem, but what actually happens in the field and in the dressing trailers is not great. And I think that, and I mean, Becky Holland's own son, she got her son to get a job in the tank farms a few years ago before COVID, and his coworkers were taking shortcuts that he felt were putting him at risk, and he quit. And his mom was the union rep to the HAB. So, what we officially on paper have as the workplace environment and safety culture and stuff like that, and what continues to happen on the ground, at least at some levels and in some work groups, is not a very welcoming place. And I've said it before, for somebody who's 40 or 50 years old, who's female or maybe lesbian, we've had to break some glass ceilings. We've put up with it. We'll probably keep putting up with it because the money's good. But if you've got a 24, 27-year-old female or LGBTQ or BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, person of color candidate, the minute they sniff that behavior, they're probably going to walk. So then we will have trained them and lost them. So that's just, there's a lot of stuff that the culture, when you get there, if you get there, doesn't make some people feel very welcome.
That's a good point. We'll have to try to word that concern into this item. I'll pass that along for sure.
Thank you.
Dan Strom.
Trying to unmute. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Just a comment on this business about how long it takes to get dressed to go in and do rad work. I worked at Chernobyl for 2 years, from 2011 to 2013, where we were building the new safe confinement. And they went to 10-hour days just exactly for that purpose, because in an 8-hour day, you can work 4 hours or less. And so in a 10-hour day, you get a lot more work done. I think there's already a lot of 10-hour days going on at Hanford. So I just wanted to mention that's a I guess international, universal problem. Thank you.
Okay.
Jeff, we have blown through the break. Tom, I will send you these markups. Do you have so you have these to add on to?
Okay.
You'll probably have, and I could keep these for tomorrow's and end up with like a consolidated one for you.
It might not be a bad idea. We can build upon it. That's fair, because I have other comments that we'll have to address as well separately.
Right.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, then you only have a couple documents to merge instead of 5.
That would be nice. Well, thank you guys. I appreciate the input. If you have any others, please just send it to me by email and they'll get taken care of.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you.
We did blow through our break, but we did earn our break. So I propose we still take one. We'll squeeze our topics unless someone feels really strongly that we ought to keep rolling.
Back at 3?
Yeah, let's do.
Okay.
Thanks, everyone.
Are we good?
At least I hear you.
Okay, hearing me, that's a start. I mean, when I mute myself, it's embarrassing. Fix that. Phone rang, so I got behind at break. Sorry. So, Gary, you're here, right?
Yes, I am.
So, Jeff, how do you want to slice and dice the afternoon? Or do you want to?
I think if Gary has something to talk through with us, let's give him the time he needs. And whatever discussion follows, we'll figure it out in an open forum and self-assessments. We'll make it work.
All right. Gary, you had some additional information to clarify some stuff around the membership packet. So jump in and let's do it.
Certainly. And good afternoon, folks. I know that there's a lot of emotion around membership, so hopefully I can answer a few questions that maybe did not get answered last month when we had our special board meeting, and hopefully unmuddy some mud that we have here. First off, of course, we announced that we're going to be enforcing term limits. Term limits have been a part of the HAB. It had just not been enforced. And what we're finding is that there are an awful lot of marginalized communities or folks who feel that they haven't had their chance to cooperate with the board. So what we're doing is for members who have served longer than 6 years, we're asking that they step aside to allow somebody else a turn to help us out with Hanford cleanup. Now, the memorandum of understanding, which we discussed during the January meeting, basically breaks membership into 3 different parts. There are 15 seats for intergovernmental agencies, and basically those agencies are counties, cities, TRIDEC, the Benton Franklin Council of Governments, and then also our tribes, the Yakima, Nez Perce, and Umatilla tribes. Those groups are also subject to the term limits. However, since you have some differences in that, you have council members or commissioners or folks like that who are elected by their board or their council to serve on the HAB. The bar is much lower to find a replacement. So that means that those who have served more than 6 years in one of those seats could conceivably serve for much longer than that. That is at the discretion of their particular stakeholder and their nominating authority. And we will work with those groups individually if there's questions on that. The next set of folks are the interest-specific boards. So we're talking about health, we're talking about environmental, civic organizations, folks like that. We've got a lot of great organizations within that. And they're going to be held to the 6-year term on there. And one of the other things that we're looking at is that there may be some groups out there that want to be a part of the HAB, but thought that that they did not have an opportunity to do that. So if another, say for instance, an environmental group, first off, we do have an environmental seat that is open, when Hanford Watch closed up its group, that left up a seat on the board. So we do have a vacancy. But if we have more than just one group coming in and asking for a seat at the table, we will interview those groups, find out which is probably the better one for the HAB. And maybe there are some groups that are serving that maybe their HAB membership has kind of run its course and they want to do something else. There are some discussions that we're entering, and that's going to be kind of a discussion that we expect to take for several months and years. It's not going to be an instant switch on anything, and the HAB will be brought along as we discuss that. The last group is the public at large, and we have 10 seats. The current memorandum of understanding has 4 seats listed. With the approval of ecology and EPA, DOE added 5 seats last year out of 6 that we were looking for, and then we have filled the 6th seat with a person who was actually in an alternate position on the public at large list. We are eliminating all alternates for the public at large. Alternates for all of the other positions are staying for now. That may change in the future, but as of now, that's going to remain something that we're going to be keeping for now. Any question about that before I get into a little bit about the membership package process, which gives all of us migraines just even thinking about that? Yes, Steve.
Yeah, can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, I'm just curious with the available, you said we have filled the 5 open seats and a 6th. So they are filling up and there are people that are applying and we are getting attention.
That is correct. All of the public at large seats are filled, so we don't have to go out for additional recruitment for this cycle. And I believe that most of the folks that are going to be renewed this time around, they will be entering, some of them will be entering into their last available cycle. But public at large is a great place for somebody to step up in case they have a desire to serve. You've also got a couple of few alternates for some of the other seats that might be a great place for somebody to step in and represent an organization. So there's plenty of opportunity for somebody to serve who maybe isn't serving right now.
Yeah, I agree with the opportunity. Now, I guess the other one is who's on the short list here? Who are we going to lose, and who are we going to lose in the short term? We've got a very talented existing group, and that makes me kind of somewhat weary. But I would love to see that. Do we have an update list there that we can be provided?
I don't have one available right this second, but we can share something. There are several people who are coming up on the end of their 6 years, and we'll get you that list here. I won't have it today for you though. I will get it to you.
No problem. Yeah, just at some point. Thanks.
Richard.
I guess my question comes down to is, what is the criteria for rejecting membership?
Good question, because for the most part, headquarters is the entity that will give us a definitive yay or nay on a particular candidate. We'll go through things at the local level first for positions that it's recommended or that is best practice to involve the tri-party agencies. The 3 agencies get together. We discuss particular candidates who might be best for the role and who might maybe have some reason to maybe put them on a list for next openings. There is no list of thou shalt and thou shalt not. It's on an individual basis. That's about the best answer I have for you, Richard.
Well, I guess I'll follow up the other side. who has been rejected and for what reason?
I don't have that either. I think, and I don't have a name. I understand that there was somebody who headquarters kind of had a problem with some of their social media content. Felt that that might not be a good representative of the HAB. Beyond that, I want to try to open the door, and I'm just speaking for myself. I want to try to open the door as wide as we possibly can. The whole point is that we need to hear different voices. We need to hear voices from folks who look far different from me and who have different experiences. And I want to get as many people on board as we possibly can to help us with cleanup mission here.
Well, no, so I mean, I can understand if you have 3 applicants for one position, that it takes some criteria, but if you have 2 applicants for 2 positions, you know, say from a city or from an entity, yeah, it's a go or a no go. You know, and I guess the criteria, much like when you have you go to the airport, you can pick a TSA line that's, you know, maybe long, or you can use your pass to you know, get the shortcut. And, you know, existing board members, we could get a demerit system if you wish. I mean, there are all sorts of ways around this, but to shorten the you know, review period seems to be you know, relatively simple. I don't understand. Thank you.
Yeah, the review period, once it leaves here, I think I'll address in the second half of this discussion. What other questions do I have on this particular topic?
I've got Ginger and Liz. Ginger?
Hi, I just was wondering about, I don't remember Kelly saying anything about it, but if it's a 6-year term, how long do we wait before we admit that somebody isn't actually going to participate and put a position back out? Because, and I know that the HAB has talked about attendance. I know, but I don't know that we've ever come to any kind of resolution on attendance. And the other part of that, because my fear would be that, you know, so an organization feels compelled to nominate the whatever Hispanic board member from their organization because we now have this standard, but that person actually has, you know, 2 jobs and a half a dozen other volunteer commitments and is never actually going to show. How long will we have an appointment? How long, you know, that somebody doesn't show? And then the other part is, you know, Kelly mentioned and you've mentioned that organizations, you know, if they show some sort of due diligence, can probably get an exception from that. And I'm wondering if Kelly has been able to provide you, or if that's something that you and the local staff will come up with an actual rubric for what constitutes due diligence to find somebody diverse.
Well, Ginger, I wish I could give you a virtual high five right now, because attendance is a big thing. And if somebody is appointed, and in fact, I've written a couple of these letters already to groups stating that their current people aren't meeting attendance expectations, meaning, and one of them I wrote when the last time was that one of their folks attended a meeting, which was a year and a half ago, and that their alternate hasn't attended anything in more than 2 years. So I'm making these groups aware of that if you sign up, you need to show up. And same thing with public at large and those that if we go through the trouble to vet somebody, run them through the headquarters gauntlet and put that much time and effort in, and they don't bother to show, I don't think I want to go through that time and effort a second time. So at that point, we will go on and get with them, find out what the problem is. If they are choosing to just not show because it's not a priority to them, we'll ask them to go on and resign. If somebody has job commitments so that they can't get around, we'll ask if they can either change that or if they want to resign. We're working through that right now with a couple of groups to deal with that. The other is you mentioned diversity, trying to add that. We want to get the best people on the HAB, and not only those with a certain modicum of experience and that can help the board solve the myriad problems that we have, but time is a big thing. So we want to encourage those who sign up to understand that this is a time commitment, and that if you can't, it's okay to say thanks, but no thanks. And then that way we can go on and ask somebody else. It's not going to be perfect, but we're going to do the best we can.
I've got Liz and Tom Cecilia. Liz?
Thanks. My first question, Gary, is when is this proposal going to be put in writing? Or is it in writing and I haven't seen it?
Well, the terms actually have been on the application that everybody has signed every time they sign up for a new term. We just have been granting exceptions to most people. The White House liaison, who actually is the at the end point for all of these different groups, has said that they are not going to be accepting term limit exceptions except on a rare occasion. So that's coming from the White House.
And I guess for the term limits, that's helpful, but for the whole kind of restructuring of the board proposal, I feel like it's been somewhat hard to respond to it because so far that I'm aware of, I've only received it verbally. So being able to say kind of point by point and react to it it's kind of challenging in terms of how the board's kind of been split into these two sections. And just, it feels like there's a lot of uncertainty around nominating authorities still. And I don't know if there's more clarity there. And I apologize if you said it already when my kids were getting back from school around, do you still see the nominee, like for Hanford Challenges position? Are we just like a non-HAB affiliated group in DOE's mind, or how are these changes being conceptualized around nominating authority? And then the written plan. I still think it's helpful to have a written plan that we can respond to, so it's really clear what's being proposed.
Sure, Liz, and I'll try to answer that. That's a very fair question. And the plan is actually the memorandum of understanding. If you go through and read it, you've got 15 different organizations that are listed as being permanent members of the HAB, and they're called out by name. So, and I don't have that list in front of me, so I will probably miss somebody. We're looking at the cities of Richland, West Richland, Pasco, and Kennewick. We're looking at Benton County. There is a joint seat between Franklin and Grant counties. You've got Tridec. You have Benton Franklin Council of Governments. You have our 3 tribes. and I think that's 15. I may be off by 1 or 2. Those are the 15 permanent members.
I think
The
the
next,
others are unions. I think 1 or more unions were listed.
thank you. Hamtech and Metal Workers Union. Thank you. The others, the group, and this is the group where Hanford Challenge and Columbia Riverkeeper and Physicians for Social Responsibility and League of Women Voters falls in. Those are falling into interest categories, so they're not specified. If several groups of a particular interest apply for membership, we will do the same thing that we do with members. We will go through an interview process, and just because a second or third group requests to join the HAB doesn't mean that they're necessarily a good fit, and they may or may not be accepted. By the same token, just because a group has been on for 20 years doesn't mean that their seat is locked in. So it's to make it more fair for other groups that have expressed an interest. Reality, I'm not expecting a whole lot of people to come banging on our door immediately, maybe over the term of the next few years, but I'm not expecting anything immediately. We are going to be advertising the spot that Hanford Watch had resigned, and we'll be filling that in. There's a couple of other groups that I would imagine that they may decide that their time on Hanford has suited their needs and that they are willing to step aside and let somebody else. That's still the part that is kind of unknown, and we're trying to work through that. I hope that answers your question.
I guess partly. I feel like it sounds like more of an interpretation. I mean, it seems like, I guess one of my reactions is, if some, there are things that need fixing and there are things that don't necessarily need fixing, in my opinion. And I guess I'm wondering, I think having a written plan that's saying DOE is proposing the following changes to the Hanford Advisory Board. This is the goal of those changes. And then there's something to measure those changes against. It seems like if the goal is to increase the number of voices that you're hearing from and the diversity, the racial, ethnic, gender, and age diversity of board members, it just seems like there's just something that's off to me about saying now it's like kind of both vague and not quite clear how that is accomplishing that goal. To say now any group that says they represent that interest can apply, when also if they're nominated by if they're drawn from and nominated by regional organizations, it just seems like there's just some steps missing here. And I do believe that the board needs to work on increasing its racial, ethnic, age, and gender diversity. I just feel like it seems like having a plan that actually accomplishes that, that's built collaboratively with the board as it exists right now, would be a more clear approach. So I still think it would be helpful to have something written down. But thanks for answering my questions, Gary.
Liz, I hear what you're saying. Let me throw out an example that for a Hanford Challenge, both you and Tom have both hit your 6-year mark and you are term limited. And my understanding is that Maya is going to be nominated to fill in. With that second seat that you have, You could nominate another member of Hanford Challenge who might be somebody totally different. Who sits in those seats is up to the nominating authority. We are recommending that the groups consider something that helps us look like what the local community looks like. Part of what I have to do as we're doing this is do some research as to what the community looks like versus what the HAB looks like. The community is about 54%, and when I say community, we have about a 5-county area right around Hanford, and overall, the aggregated population in that area is about 54% Caucasian, 39% Hispanic, and the other 10% or so is inclusive of Native Americans, African Americans, and other ethnic groups, or those who identify as being part of 2 or more ethnic groups. The HAB, however, doesn't look anything like that. Gender-wise, we have approximately a 50-50 split between male and female. Within the HAB, we're at 75% male. So we've got a lot of work to do, though, and what we have are goals. They're not, you shall have X number of this particular individual or that particular gender or this particular ethnicity. Those are goals. It's going to take us a long time as an organization to meet those. And when we have somebody who is termed out of a position, that's an opportunity for the individual stakeholders and organizations to consider their own internal stakeholders and who might be a great person to come and sit on the HAB. And, you know, it's an imperfect process. It's going to take us a while. And we're just looking forward to getting some assistance from all of our stakeholders.
So just to clarify, so Hanford Challenge is still seen as a nominating authority then? So we were already planning on putting 2 names forward before any of this was proposed. So I feel like what I have trouble with is that those seats then are term limited out in 6 years instead of getting to be new young people on the board that get to grow with the board and kind of grow their institutional knowledge. But it's sounding like there is still wiggle room around the term limits, that could be extended on a case-by-case basis. I guess we'll be talking about this more.
Yes, and as far as whether Hanford Challenge is still seen as a nominating authority, it is. However, when we get to if we get to a point of a similar type organization applying for membership, at that point we'll discuss. You know, we'll talk with the other tri-party agencies to figure out a path forward. And it's entirely possible that there's no reason to ask Hanford Challenge to step aside. Lots of unknowns as we go through it. So more to follow, and as the years go by, we'll get better at this.
I've got Tom, Cecilia, and Rob. Tom?
2 quick questions, and I appreciate taking up the PIC time to talk through this, and hopefully we're not taking too much time. But on the attendance issue, you know, I am issued manager lead on sort of a self-assessment IM team, and looked at attendance. I looked at physical in-person meeting attendance because you know, I think it's we're in a pandemic and exceptional times. I don't think people should be penalized for not being able to meet in the weird settings. And there wasn't a consistent seat that missed when we were actually meeting in person. So I would just say it probably would be better to not kick someone off the board because they weren't able to adapt to a pandemic. But that's obviously DOE's, in the MOU, DOE is allowed to talk to the nominating authority about that. So I would just caution not to knee jerk during a pandemic. And the other question I had was social media. You mentioned that someone was excluded based on social media posts. And it seems to me that when Kelly Snyder was talking at the EMS-SAB leadership meeting, which is on YouTube, she said that headquarters is not reviewing social media, but the local nominating local office does. So I just want some clarification on that. What constitutes a social media presence that's going to get you excluded from the board? Because that's not written in any of the things that we signed.
Good question about social media, Tom. That person who was excluded was before my time, so I don't have the specifics on that. And I was told that person was excluded from by a headquarters person who was uncomfortable with some of their social media activities. I don't know what that was.
Rob.
Okay.
There you are.
Yeah, I'm there. Just I have so many confused thoughts of this thing, but the thing is that there is no category that you can put the HAB into in the public meeting sector. You try to force it into FACA, you try to force it into these. It just doesn't fit. My question to you is, how is this going to help clean up? How is this change going to help Tank Waste Committee recommend to DOE they proceed with salt well pumping? What part of this is going to help those kind of advice points that we try to present to DOE? And so, and just think of the burden you're putting on everybody by passing these new rules. It's kind of like you're the sheriff of Nottingham coming in and making new rules up. I think there's a huge burden on people, thinking about having to pre-nominate somebody 9 months in advance of them being able to take the position. It's just, I don't see how that helps clean up. How do we help clean up here? It's like we've lost sight of cleaning up the site going forward. So, you can kind of give me an idea how you think this will help us. What are we going to get to help us clean up with all these changes? Thank you.
Rob, very good question. And a lot of these changes that we're looking at are new, that are being brought upon by the administration. So there are some of the drivers there. The other is we're looking for more diverse voices when it comes to cleanup. There are a lot of groups that have contacted DOE saying, hey, we want to have our say as well. The tribes, we reach out regularly to the tribes for their expertise. The intent basically is to bring more and different voices to the table. And there have been a lot of people at the table for quite a while that, that they've got some great ideas but we're also looking at some folks who maybe have some newer experiences or experiences from outside the area that we can take advantage of. So the intent basically is to find some additional voices and opinions and experiences that can help us with accelerating cleanup. And what you're saying is, that's the bottom line, is how are we going to help that? And by possibly bringing in some new ideas and new energy and new experiences, hopefully they'll get us there. But you have a very valid question, Rob.
I've got Richard and then Ryan. Richard.
Yeah, I'll jump back in on this. Possibly because we don't fit the mold. Maybe we need to remold ourselves. Most of the other site committees are typically 6 people. Is that correct?
I think the average board is about 15 to 18 people. The next largest board to us is when it's fully staffed, Savannah River, which is at 25. And they draw all of their people from within, half of them from South Carolina, the other half from Georgia. And then we are significantly larger than Savannah River. And you're right, the HAB does not fit in a mold. And there are some things that are different about the HAB that should be different. And we're just trying to do the best job that we can as we go along.
Well, I mean, the question comes down to is whether HAB membership is or does whether that has to be meeting the same criteria as the federal aspect, meaning possibly we could have 2 flavors of HAB members, some that are locally approved or persons of interest with backgrounds that facilitate the HAB work, and those that are, go through this process. I mean, that's one way of thinking out of the box to solve this problem, and that way we don't lose some of the expertise we get with, as the years go on, or the history of Hanford, which is, I can't imagine what the struggles the Savannah River site has had. Smaller sites are relatively less involved, but we might want to think about having other people participate, but non-voting members of the HAB in that type of context, and that could solve the problem. Just thoughts.
Well, Richard, we actually do have that body that's available to us right now. It's called the public, and the public is welcome to come to any of the committee meetings or the board meetings, and they are welcome to state their opinion. HAB members are the ones who place votes, but we already have that mechanism in place. Let's see, I think Ryan's up.
Yep, Ryan.
Great, thanks, Gary. I'm just curious, Gary, you mentioned in your comments that there were a number of organizations or groups that reached out to DOE with an interest in the HAB. I'm wondering if you're able to share that with the group on some of those groups that expressed an interest.
I don't have names of groups right now, and I think that throwing out some of those names probably wouldn't be prudent at this point, because we haven't gone back to them to see if they really are interested in being members. I think that we're just going to take this a step at a time, and I'm trying to get the membership packet into headquarters so we can keep that engine running. And then during the summer, I would imagine that you and I will talk quite a bunch on some groups that we might consider approaching to see if they are actually interested. And it's not going to be done in a vacuum. DOE is not going to be making the choices on our own. We're going to be doing it in consultation with TPA members and with the HAB itself.
Thanks, Gary. We look forward to hearing more from you.
Thank you, sir.
Jeff, I don't have anyone else in queue. How do you want to proceed with this as compared to other things on the agenda?
Good question.
I didn't tell you I was going to ask it either.
Well, and this is just the first day. We're like, this topic is going to be discussed every day of committee week, right? So
It is on every agenda this week, yes.
if you want another bite of the apple, show up tomorrow or the next day or the next day.
Yeah.
But this is probably enough for today.
Yeah, Jeff, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'll wrap up because I know that we're running way over on the time limit. One thing for those who may not appear at any of the other meetings this week, as your organization is getting ready to nominate folks to fill your positions, I need to get those applications in sooner rather than later. The longer we wait, we're not looking at an October approval. We're looking at a November or December approval, which recreates the train wreck that we had last year that I'm really trying to avoid this year. So if I can get the membership packet into headquarters in early March, we will stand a far better chance of being able to get this into headquarters so that we can do that. And paperwork is going out to organizations this week and early next week. So the quicker we can get that turned around, the better. And if anybody has any questions, you know how to reach me. I'm more than willing to answer any questions, and I'm here to help.
Right. And with that, we have two more people in queue, Dan Strom and Bob. Dan?
Hi, I'm trying to get my mute off. There it goes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
It takes 5 seconds between when I push the button and when it goes off. My reaction to all this from DOE is that DOE is hell-bent on purging people with experience and knowledge, and even experience on the Hanford Advisory Board. And I mean, I have been so impressed as a first-term HAB member with the really hard-working people who have such expertise and such knowledge of Hanford, who can essentially hold DOE's feet to the fire because they understand the technical issues. And when you start putting in these 6-year term limits, or start enforcing them rather, the result is you're going to have a bunch of people who get on the Hanford Advisory Board and say, no radioactive waste at Hanford. And we need the expertise, we need the experience. End of opinion.
Dan, fabulous comment. And as people rotate off the board, it's our strong desire that they continue as members of the public to ride along next aside other folks who are new on the board. Because you're right, there is a lot of experience, and we want to retain that as much as we can. But by the same token, we also have the responsibility to open the door to other folks. And it's a balancing act. And we're just asking those who rotate off the board to remain engaged and to help with mentoring of newer members.
Right. I've got Bob and then Stan. Bob?
Yes. Yes. I was just looking for the slides that you used at the last EIC meeting, because there was a lot of good information on that. Is that available somewhere where I can see them?
I don't have those available right now, Bob, but I'll get them to you when I can.
Okay, thank you.
Dan?
Did you call me, Ruth?
Yes, I did.
Great, thank you. Just wanted to make a comment that DOE is not purging members of the HAB or the boards or committees. What we're doing is complying with the requirements of FACA and the EMSSAD. So these requirements have been in place for some time. It's just a matter of making sure that we ensure that they are consistently applied across the EMSSAD boards across the complex. And so you may view it that way, but it's not a purge. It is ensuring that not only those that are currently on the board, that's why we have a 6-year cycle, individuals have the opportunity to be able to come on, provide their technical expertise as well, in addition to those that have been on the board. So just wanted to make sure that was clear for the record. Thanks.
Jeff, I don't have anyone else in queue.
All right. Well, we have 15 minutes left. I really want to give new members the opportunity to chime in. We want to check in and see what this process of being on the board has been like the past however many months it's been since October. If you have some general impressions or needs that you want to communicate, this is a good opportunity for that. And we want to make sure that we are checking in. So I want to start there. See if anyone wants to take this opportunity.
Thoughts from new members? Anyone? If you are not comfortable speaking up in this venue, feel free to send an email to Jeff or Dan as chair, vice chair of this committee, or Josh or myself as part of the facilitation team. If we don't know it, we can't either make it better or fix what isn't working well. So.
Yep, and I'll put
an idea. Pick a venue. We really do want to hear from you.
Yep, my email's there in the chat. Because we don't really have time, let's combine the open forum topic with the identifying topics for the next PIC meeting. Does anybody have anything that you would like to raise as an issue to follow up on, or a conversation that it's high time to have that is within the PIC scope?
Yes, this is Dan Solitz. I guess I'd like more definition around policy versus technical. It seems like the weight is now going more and more towards policy and further away from technical. And I'm reminded of what Gus Norwood, who did the history of the Bonneville Power Administration, official history, said, and that was that policy is what actually happens. So I'd like some more definition around that. And I could even give an example of policy versus technical in terms of what happened at the plutonium finishing plant when there's more time.
That would actually dovetail.
Go ahead.
That would dovetail nicely with a topic that started back in September and that I've been picking away at and need to meet with the IM group. The GAO recommendations around tank closure and involving the public in the technical conversations as a trust building effort. Maybe we need to be talking about that in a broader sense of, and we talked about it in our round robin a couple months back, of what is the role of the technical information in the cleanup and the public's interaction with it. Maybe we can bring back a little bit of progress on that prior topic and fit it with what you're talking about there.
Thanks.
Tom Cecilia?
Just one thing for planning of the planning. April, I think, is the next committee meeting, and that's when the work plan discussion happens. So, yeah, not only how to improve engagement and diversity, but what do we want to talk about next year?
Thank you. And I guess talking about the TPA 5-year review and associated process was something that we were given to expect for April.
Jeff, is Steve.
Yeah.
Steve, go
Hey,
ahead.
in terms of getting a broader base of public participation from the feedback that we heard on the permitting side, maybe we just need to focus in on the hot topics venue. There are several, and maybe that would help drum up a little bit more participation and bring HAB to the forefront in how the public can generally utilize what HAB has with DOE to make a stronger voice for the public. Just a thought.
Yeah. What do you see the PIC's role in the hot topics conversations being? We've tried to have some conversations in the past about, when you get out of these holistic negotiations, for example, what's your public process going to look like? And is it up to us to come up with a proposed design or to do some brainstorming together with the agencies if they come and bring their ideas of what they're thinking about, maybe? I guess that's my best idea. Engage.
Yeah, I think that's yeah, let me kind of noodle on that a little bit, but yeah, I think what you're suggesting makes absolute sense. I think that really just emphasizing, or as we reach into different groups, there was the talk about how do we get a more diversified, broad interest, and maybe it is taking something on the road, roadshow conversations, and obviously the ones that may bring people out are some of the hot topics that we know exist currently.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm working in my organization to, once there is a path on tank waste, to try to do something just like that and make a roadshow.
Mm-hmm.
I've got Ginger and Q. Ginger?
I had a wild idea. I mean, poor Annette Carey, who was the reporter who followed the HAB her whole adult life, has, the paper's been just decimated since it was bought out by McClatchy. I think we literally only have like 3 reporters in the Tri-Cities anymore. And Annette was told to focus on COVID, understandably so. And, I don't think there's any reason that HAB members couldn't write letters to the editor, like just interesting things about this is why I'm on the HAB, or here's a public comment period. And, that wouldn't, the Herald pretty much prints every single letter to the editor except for at election time when they're swamped. And, that might be a good way to get just some free press that's not necessarily around some big conflict or issue, because of course, when it is reported on, unfortunately, it's usually when there's a problem.
We're not talking about consensus views of the board at that point. We're talking about individual member perspectives.
Right, exactly. Like, Steve, if there's something that you think is interesting, or, or you wish college kids, Dan, wish college kids would consider these programs at CBC, or do, because I'll tell you what, when I go to classrooms, and of course I haven't been in one in 2 years, but the kids at Pasco High School do not know about Hanford. They truly do not know about Hanford. If a kid, and I would say probably even at Richland and Hanford High School, if their own parents or grandparents do not work at Hanford, the kids do not know about Hanford. So, you know, yeah, just you guys on your own as individual HAB members, if you wrote letters to the editor or that sort of thing, I don't see why we or DOE would prohibit that if you're not poking us in the eye. And there's lots of interesting things to talk about.
Gary and then Dana.
Yes, thank you. I like Ginger's idea about individuals sending stuff in. However, you do need to be kind of careful with that, that you don't have the appearance of speaking for the HAB, because the only person who really has the authority to speak for the HAB in a public venue like that would be the chair or the vice chair. That being said, if somebody wants to write something, I'm certain that if you ask the HAB chair and vice chair to chime in, you'd probably be able to get some cooperation there. But I just kind of wanted to kind of throw that caveat out there that don't get yourself in a jam with that.
I have Dana and Ryan. You're getting views from people who have been reporters in their past lives.
All I wanted to share with the group was that once a month we put forth to the Herald and the Tri-City Business Journal a listing with links to the events calendar of all of the public comment periods and all of the HAB meetings, and then we make those postings to the events calendar. It gets flipped to social media, and then when we have the opportunities, we put it on the events calendar of the other local papers, the Herald and the Biz Journal. So we already have that happening monthly. Just so, and whatever anyone would like to do, of course they can. I just wanted to make sure everyone was aware that there was a monthly outreach to media already with all these public involvement activities. That's all. Thank you.
Ryan.
Yeah, sorry, I'll be quick. I put it in the chat, but I like Ginger's idea, but just an alternative option I thought of would be, instead of a letter to the editor, you could always do an op-ed or even a letter to the editor from the chair and vice chair, and they, like kind of Gary mentioned too, they'd be able to speak for the HAB. Obviously, I think you guys would have to go over it and review it, make sure it's good to go, but yeah, so just an idea.
Anybody else have some topics to consider for this open forum of ideas that maybe we then also parlay into topics for our next meeting?
Liz.
I feel like it's kind of already on the list, but it seems like figuring out how having an action plan for when traveling to different communities is possible would be really helpful, so that it's not, oh, now we can go out, oh, we don't have a plan. And I'm kind of unclear about what the status is beyond hearing, I think it was Dana reporting back that there is no plan for regional public, for the Hanford Regional Dialogue meetings or for Hanford Live. And so it seems like I would love to have more of a conversation of, given where we're at as a country and like just coming out of the pandemic, at some point in-person engagement is going to be possible again. What do we want that to look like? What do we want regional public involvement to look like? And really flesh that out. I think we'll, some of the issue manager groups may have some, kind of, be working on that kind of from different angles, but it seems like as a committee, that might be a really good topic to tackle and look back at the structure we proposed for the regional public dialogue, I'm not calling it the right thing, regional Hanford what is it called? Anyway, which for people who are new may not even know what it is. But the idea was to have small group kind of stations you can go talk about different topics with decision makers and different agency representatives. So there's a engaging aspect of Q&A and input, and then it kind of starts off with the agencies giving their a really brief overview. Everyone goes off and you can pick 2 topics, and then at the end, everyone, the decision makers are summarizing what they heard. It was very satisfying, I thought, but I think it only happened once. Am I wrong about that? Twice? Hood River, where else did it happen? Maybe I missed the second.
I think there was one in Seattle, wasn't there?
Maybe
Tri-Cities.
Tri-Cities.
There was one in Richland, as well as Hood River.
So anyway, it just seems like I feel like that would feel satisfying to look at something and say, okay, if we were to redesign this, or is this the design we want, what would it look like? Instead of just kind of this vague talking about the future. Oh, someday we'll get to be in person and we should do it better. I don't know if other people would be interested in that, but it seems like it could be helpful.
All right, I've got Rob with the last word. Rob?
Well, my question would be is, have any, I mean, we could improve our digital image. You know, the image that DOE, it's a very sterile. I look up the Hanford board and then this and that. You know, that could be improved upon some, have an open forum within there, or do any of these more, you know, I can't believe we're even talking about going more digital, but I think that you might attract that a group of people that would be more entertained with some of web pages on Hanford in a manner set for schools or set for young adults or set for whatever. But you know, do something a little different than what we have now. Just a thought out there. I don't know if everybody's kind of looked at it. I use it for looking up things, but I just don't really find it very engaging. That's all.
Thank you, Rob. All right, well, thank you everyone for a good list to help prime the pump for April. Thank you all for being here. I know it's a long committee week. Thank you for giving your time. Thank you for participating. With that, guess we'll see you all the rest of the week or next month at the full board meeting.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you.